inquiry is resumed.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Today, we first of all will have an informal discussion about the conditions and the planning obligation, and then that would be followed by closing submissions.
Could I just say something?
Yes, certainly. Yes.
I'm told that we're having trouble making this available on. We're having trouble. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay, great. We're having.
So we are online now. We're on.
We're on, are we? Okay.
Online now. It's okay.
It's okay. Okay. I apologize. I'm being put right for the first time, probably not the last today. We were having trouble putting this on YouTube, but apparently we've cracked it. So, thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you. Right. First of all, can we just briefly discuss the neighbourhood plan referendum? Is there any update? I understand that the referendum took place on the 17th.
So yes, there is an update, and the answer is that there was an 88% majority voted yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So the process that remains is for the council to make the plan. Is that that's and there's the challenge period as well.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Matthias, do you have anything to say about that?
Sorry, sir. We had a bit of a technical problem there with our. No, I've got no submissions to make on that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other matters before we start today?
So, well, the only problem that I don't think I can be seen.
Technical matters, yes.
It's only a technical matter. I think perhaps people will
give you five minutes to sort that out.
Thank you, sir. So the only problem we've got is that I can't now be seen on the screen, but while that's being resolved, we don't necessarily need to hold up proceedings. I'm hoping as it were, the visibility issue will be resolved fairly quickly.
Okay. Yes, if we can just pause for a couple of minutes until that's sorted out.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm told we need to restart. So if you could bear with me, I'm very sorry about this. We'll.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So
Mr. Matthias.
We're back, sir. Yes. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry about the delay.
Okay, right. Well, if we can move on to the draft suggested conditions, please. Okay, now there was a list of draft suggested conditions which were appended to the statement of common ground. I understand that they've been agreed between the parties. And then there was one further suggested condition relating to highway works, which was put forward in an email from Mr. Ryan, sent on the 15th of March.
That's correct.
Okay, so just now on the list of draft conditions, they're not numbered, but if just go through them in order, the first three relate to the standard time limit for outline planning permissions. I've got no questions on those. The one after that is the development to accord with the approved plans. And then that specifies location plan, unnumbered, and access plan. My only question on that is that the location plan, there was a subsequent location plan submitted. I think that's CD0116, and there's a number of access plans as submitted as different options. I think they're just submitted as options. They're not.
Yes.
They don't form part of the proposal, so I don't think the reference to the access plan should be in there. But I'd be grateful for your comments.
Well, certainly in my opinion,
I'd
agree.
if that was to, obviously we would need the access plan to be conditioned.
I couldn't really hear you there. I think the sound quality.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes. I think that may have been my end actually.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
The LPA would suggest that the condition
Mr. Ryan?
is retained with the access. Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The condition is suggested because the as per the initial submission, the access was submitted as we've previously discussed at the inquiry in terms of the option A. So that refers to option A, and then there's an additional condition later on for highways matters that ties that up. The LPA have no objection to you removing that if you consider that to be unnecessary.
And Mr. Maxwell, please.
Likewise, quite happy for that to be removed if you feel that's appropriate. No problem.
Okay. We've then got construction method statement. Are there any comments on that condition? No. Okay. We've then got updated ecology report. Now, what could you explain the need for this condition, please? Because there was a preliminary ecological assessment submitted with the planning application. Mr. Maxwell, would you like to?
Yes.
Well, yes, I think it's really just to bring the ecology survey up to date, really, recognising there has been a lapse in time since the application was submitted.
Okay. And Mr. Ryan, do you have any comments on that?
That's correct.
Okay.
No, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, then we have biodiversity net gain. And then after that, we have SUDS condition 1. This is quite a lengthy condition. It may have been written by the flood risk engineer, I don't know, but it does contain some sentences which I'd be grateful for your comments on whether they're precise. It's about sort of almost halfway down. It says if the storage, well, first of all, it says demonstrate that storage features can half empty within 24 hours. And then it goes on to say, if the storage required to achieve this via infiltration or a restricted runoff rate is considered to make the development unviable, a longer half emptying time may be acceptable. Well, that seems to me to be advice rather than a requirement of the condition. I'm hesitant to sort of interfere with, you know, what's been recommended there, but is that a necessary requirement of the condition, or should that be included within the condition? Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, I'm struggling a little bit with that wording, but I appreciate the drainage strategy has all been effectively agreed.
I think the LPA. Oh, sorry.
No, let's go. So the drainage strategy has been agreed in principle. So not too sure on the need for that wording, that specific wording you highlighted.
Okay, and Mr. Ryan, your comments on that, please.
I think that the LPA would be more than happy for you to move that into the reason, or use that piece of wording as an informative, as I agree it could be more precise, and it's clearly there for guidance to say that it's to give the flexibility in the condition, that if it transpires that level of infiltration is not possible, that there are potential other routes. So that would save potentially a need for a variation of condition at a later date. So I think the flexibility is useful, but whether it needs to sit within the main body of the condition or not, we would be happy for that to be addended to the reason, or as a separate informative. But as you correctly picked out, that came directly from the lead local flood authority. That's how they wanted it, and it was quite late in the day that we managed to get the SUDs effectively agreed. So that's the condition they wanted.
And there's another sentence like that. It goes on to say, subject to agreement, ensuring the drain down in 24 hours provides room for a subsequent 1 in 10 year event may be considered acceptable. And that seems to me to again be sort of providing advice as to what may be acceptable rather than the requirement of a condition.
Yes.
Okay.
I would agree, and then potentially that wording could be moved to the reason or informative.
Be used as an informative or addended to the.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay, then we've got SUDS condition 2. I have no questions on that. Then archaeology, and Mr. Ryan, please, could you explain the need for the archaeological condition? Because did a consultee advise as to the need for that?
Yes, sir. The scheme was subject to predetermination archaeological investigation, and that demonstrated the need for further archaeological investigation at a later date. So they've done the work that they need to, but more needs to be done. I think I'd like to point out that the Briley Paddock site, which is over the other side of Cross Lane, has taken a long to rephase the development in order to undertake a full archaeological dig of virtually the entire site. So it's highly likely that this site will have further archaeological finds. So that condition was absolutely asked for by our in-house archaeologist.
Okay.
Dr. Simon Wood.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Maxwell, do you have any comments on that?
No, we accept this condition as drafted. That's fine.
Okay, then we've got reporting of unexpected contamination. Then details of materials to be agreed. Subs condition 3. I have no questions on those. And then on to highways, and the suggested condition has been amended by a suggested, this is the condition that was in the email from Mr. Ryan. Has that condition, yes, it says that has been agreed between both parties, and that requires submission and approval of a scheme providing the required visibility, and for the agreed scheme to be completed prior to first occupation. But in the previously agreed condition, that also contained a requirement for bus stops to be upgraded and for residential travel information packs. And is there still a requirement for those two? Mr. Ryan, please.
Yes, that has been requested by the Highway Authority, absolutely. I think the thing I wanted to point out with regards to those conditions is that the condition in the suggested condition list is pursuant to the option A access agreement as submitted. So if you were to find that to be acceptable, notwithstanding the council's arguments about its deliverability, that's the wording we consider to be appropriate in that instance. I think the other condition that was submitted later is to deal with the other access options if you were to consider that an access could be workable but not option A, and you may prefer option B or option C, or another option. Hence the later condition was agreed.
Right, okay.
In terms of the residential travel information packs and the bus stop upgrades, they were requested by Highways to mitigate the impact of the development.
I see. So the second suggested condition would replace part A of that first condition.
Yes. Absolutely.
What's the necessity for the upgrade to the bus stops, please? Could you just briefly explain what that would be likely to entail?
I just seeing whether the Martin Mason is on the call. I think he is. He will hopefully step in, as it was one of the conditions that he requested.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thanks.
I'm not sure whether I'm the only one, but I can't always hear what Mr. Ryan is saying. I think he was requesting that I assist in terms of the highway conditions.
Yes, it was just really the agreed condition. The agreed condition, parts B and C. Part B requires an upgrade to Essex County Council specification of the 2 bus stops, which best serve the site. And I just a bit of explanation as to the need for that condition, please.
It's something, Mr. Palmer, that we normally request on the back of developments of this scale. Part of our work, as I'm sure you appreciate, is all about accessibility by sustainable transport, and it's not unusual for us to request that bus stops are upgraded to current specification to try and encourage people to use the local bus services. For larger schemes, we also try to secure improvements to the actual service itself. So I would have thought on this occasion we'll be looking for the latest specification to be provided to the 2 bus stops local to the site. So, for example, a shelter or high-level curbing, a flag and pole, that sort of specification.
Okay.
It's something we normally agree when we get to the Section 278 agreement.
Okay. And Part C of the conditions. Part C of the condition requires residential travel information packs. But should that? It just said that's all it says. It does. Should it say provision of residential travel information packs to all occupiers of the development?
That would be useful. I'd be happy for you to add that, Mr. Palmer, if you think it's appropriate. And we normally say residential travel information packs in accordance with Essex County Council guidance, and that sets out clearly what's required for each pack.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. So, right. So there's no need to require that they're provided directly to the occupiers because the guidance specifies that.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Are there any other comments about the highways condition?
No, that's obviously fine. I hope that helped, Mr. Ryan. I couldn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Okay. Then we've got landscaping. Okay, the landscaping condition, it requires details of all landscape works to be submitted and approved. And then it says, unless an alternative implementation programme is subsequently agreed in writing by the local planning authority. Yeah, it's probably not necessary for that wording. You know, the second part of that. It's probably not necessary. Okay, then we go on to landscape management plan. And is the Section 106 agreement does cover landscape management of open space and amenity areas. And so is that not, is this requirement not covered by the Section 106 agreement? Mr. Ryan, your comment, please.
Thank you, sir. This is a condition that we would generally put on in order to kind of front load the process of getting a landscape management plan in place and approved. It's usually submitted as part and parcel of the landscaping scheme, so we can ascertain exactly how that's going to be actually installed on site and the timescales that will be taken. There is a function within the Section 106 to do that. So if you feel that that's double counting, we will be happy to delete that.
Yeah, does this require anything that the Section 106 does not require?
I'll just check through the engrossed version of the 106. The 106 for engrossment says that there's a required to provide amenity areas management plan, means a management plan prepared by the owner to be approved in writing by the council for the ongoing management and maintenance of the amenity areas, including provisions for the recreation of any defects in the area of the amenity areas. So that it doesn't expressly deal with incidental areas of planting. So the landscape management plan would obviously relate to all landscape planting, whether that be in small areas of people's front gardens and those kind of things. So, and any structural trees that will remain on plot, plus any other planting on plot, which the amenity areas management plan may not. So they are two separate things in that respect.
Right. Okay. Okay, Mr. Maxwell, do you have any comments?
I think there's an element of duplication between the condition and the 106, but don't necessarily have any issue with both with the condition being included. Reasons just explained by James that there is some additional measures captured there by the condition. So we're absolutely fine with this draft condition.
Okay. Okay. Then we have ecological management plan. And that's a landscape and ecological management plan. EV charging points. And then there's a condition requiring setting out noise limits. So I would question the need for that condition, please. Mr. Ryan, is there any, could you point to the evidence that supports that condition?
This was a condition that was requested by our environmental health team. They had some concerns about the additional noise to neighbouring properties, and it was a the requirement for this condition is to ensure that there's no harm to those neighbouring properties in terms of vehicle movements, that kind of thing. I don't think it's something that the LPA is would really necessarily want to hang its hat on. So if you considered it to be overly onerous, I don't think we'd protest.
So this is not related to construction, is it? This is the actual.
No, this is not related to construction. This was in relation to the noise that the neighbours may feel from the intensified use of the new access point. And where we've done this before, we've had a via the landscaping scheme, got additional planting put in or acoustic fencing on the site boundaries just to prevent that additional noise that will result from cars passing up and down the access to the neighbours either side.
Okay, Mr. Maxwell, do you have any comment on that?
I think our view is that condition is not absolutely strictly necessary, but we don't object to it. So that's really our position.
Okay. Okay, and then finally, there's two conditions which relate to the hours of. Well, the first one relates to the hours of construction traffic movements, and then the next one relates to the hours of construction work. And the limitation on construction traffic movement, that is on Saturdays, is from 8 o'clock to 1800 hours on Saturdays, whereas the construction hours on Saturdays is 8 o'clock to 1300 hours. I just wondered what's the reason for the distinction there between a longer. Is this a particular issue? Longer sort of hours of traffic movements on Saturday afternoons Mr. Ryan.
I mean, I think, to be perfectly honest, if you were inclined to think that that was overly generous in terms of the construction movements in the afternoon, you could combine the condition into one overarching condition for traffic movements, working, and the construction times. I think that just gives a little bit of additional delivery opportunity in the afternoon on a Saturday, but I can see that neighbours may wish to have the entire Saturday afternoon free of construction movements, so we will be happy to bring that in.
Was this a condition recommended by the Environmental Health Officer?
Yeah, that's correct,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Maxwell?
Well, we're certainly quite content with the condition as drafted. But no, again, we'd accept it. And I don't see a real issue if it were to be amended to run to 1 o'clock on Saturdays with both elements of the condition.
Okay, right. Right. Are there any comments about the suggested conditions? Okay. Right. Okay. Well, next, can we? So the Section 106 agreement. First of all, could I just query Mr. Maxwell? When is it intended to submit the signed final copy of the Section 106?
The intention is to, following this proceedings today, to assuming there's no requirement for any adjustments, to then proceed to final engrossment as soon as possible. I'm aware that there's a bank involved. They've already reviewed this final draft. I'm entirely content with it and happy to sign quickly. So I don't think there's any reason for it not to proceed to full engrossment very, very quickly.
Okay, I've received the amended SIL compliance statement from the council. Thank you for that. I have no questions about it. Is there, Mr. Maxwell, is there any points that you wish to make about the Section 106?
No, I don't think there are any specific points. We've included everything we feel is appropriate, and have worked through it with the council, and I think it's, as I say, ready to be engrossed.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I have no questions about that. Can we move on to the council's closing submission, please? I've received a copy of that in writing. Thank you for that.
Good.
Sir, it's John Acker here from the West Merseys Town Council. Will there be an opportunity for me to make representations as an interesting party in the closing submissions section, sir?
No, I'm afraid not, because really this is just the two main parties in the appeal are the council and the appellant, and we've sort of now heard all of the evidence, and so there's no opportunity now for any sort of further submission, because the parties have prepared their closing submissions, which reflect their cases, which are based on the evidence that we've heard. And so I'm afraid, you know, the opportunity has passed for any further submissions.
Obviously, sir, I'm not in a position to kind of put forward any, but we have got a reflection on the evidence which has been put forward, which we've taken advice on.
Well, the trouble, I can't allow that because, you know, it would be a surprise to the other parties who haven't heard it yet. So, you know, it's not fair on them because they've prepared their closing submissions. You know, they have a right of, well, particularly the appellant has a right of response, and they you know, if you were to make further submissions now, it's not fair on the appellant. So
okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving that consideration. I'm grateful. But could I just say this, sir, that for the record, your visit to West Mersey and meeting so many residents on the site visit was very much appreciated. And I wanted to make that as one of my initial points. But if you allow me to say that formally to you, sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
So I don't know whether Mr. Pickles was intending to send us a copy of his closing submissions.
It should have reached you. Can I? Oh gosh, sorry. Could I ask Marie to forward it direct to Chambers?
Thank you very much.
Can I ask Marie to just confirm that she's got that message and done it?
Actually, I can't open it either. I had it sent on an email, but I can't open it.
Okay, Marie, would you be kind enough to resend?
Yes, I will do. We'll do it now. Thank you.
Oh, this tractor.
Hello, we've just this minute sent an email to all parties.
Okay.
Hopefully you should receive it soon.
It's not possible.
I wonder, Mr. Pickles, could it just be sent as a straightforward PDF or a Word document? Because we're having to sign in to access it, and we haven't got a code that enables us to sign in.
Yeah, I apologise. I apologise. I'm not doing this.
No.
I'm not doing this because I'm too grand to do it. I'm simply too disorganised. Marie, would you please send it as a PDF? Don't send them the Word version, for heaven's sake. Send them the PDF, would you?
We have
Actually,
it
I do my learned junior has managed to access it now. We do have it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I can't. I haven't got access to it though. It's
sorry.
It's a SharePoint. On the Colchester Borough Council's SharePoint system.
Yeah.
I have just sent a copy to IOSA of a clean PDF.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One side.
Yeah, one side.
Can I suggest that we take a short break until 10:30? Just to because I need to. I haven't yet got that. I need to make sure that I've got your closing submission.
Yes. By all means.
Okay. Can we adjourn then, please, until 10:30? Okay.
If you please, thank you.
Thank you.
Not muted still. Unmute us.
Okay, it's 10:30 and the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Pickles.
So yes, the planning system should be genuinely plan-led. And that, before I say anything, can I just make 2 points? These submissions are peppered with references to the evidence in chief or re-examination and to cross-examination. And those are either to references, particularly as far as cross-examination is concerned, to passages in the cross-examination where, in my submission, the evidence supported what's being said here, or where it was actually agreed. And I've sought to state or confirm where, as far as I'm concerned, things were clearly agreed in cross-examination explicitly. But anyway, and the answer is, for the sake of presentation, I may or may not refer to those parenthetic references, but they are there even if I take them as read. And then the second point to make is there are 3 factual updates that are clearly identified in these submissions. The first of those you anticipated, which was the outcome of the referendum. So those 2 points made. So the planning system should be genuinely plan-led. That's paragraph 15 of the framework. And Colchester Borough Council is firmly committed to that approach. The statutory development plan for Colchester comprises the local plan in its 8, 10, 14 and 16 emanations, and section 1 of the local plan 2021 as follows. And then those portions of the statutory plan are listed and set out with their CD references. Colchester specific policies and allocations are set out in emerging CLP section 2. The following closure of consultation on the main modifications in November 2021, the inspector's final notes are awaited and adoption will follow. Policies specific, on the other hand, to West Mersey are set out in the emerging West Mersey neighbourhood plan. And this restates the housing allocations made in the emerging Colchester local plan, which went to referendum on the 17th of March. To update matters, the neighbourhood plan was successful at referendum with 88% of those recorded voting yes in support of it. Mr. Maxwell does not suggest on behalf of the appellant that aside from consideration of the 5-year housing land supply, any statutory development plans policies are out of date in any respect, and full weight therefore attaches to them. He suggested that some weight only attaches to emerging development plan policies, notwithstanding that the emerging CLP has been subject to consultation, subject to modifications, and that the emerging neighbourhood plan has now passed referendum. I should have updated that. Has now passed referendum. Contentions that the emerging local plan might be subject to presumably comprehensive challenge by judicial review or last-minute change by the LPA were completely without merit, and very significant or significant weight should attach to these emerging policies. Once that last position is adopted, the argument, for example, that definition of the settlement boundary is no more than a movable feast, as put to Ms. Forkin, loses traction. Mr. Maxwell agreed. It completely falls away, in fact. Other arguments that also lose significance concern criticism, itself unfounded, of reduction of the proposed West Mersey allocation from 350 to 200, and a suggestion or assumption that the appeal site was next in line for allocation, albeit never preferred. The next in line argument overlooks both the capacities earlier identified at Dawes Lane and Brierley Paddocks and the mix of considerations that actually informed the decision not to allocate the appeal site. The appellant does not suggest that there has been a material change in circumstance subsequent to decisions taken towards adoption of the emerging local plan or adoption of section 1 of the CLP that did not involve allocation of the site and the making of the emerging neighbourhood plan. The appeal site The appeal rather falls as a matter of law to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise, regardless of whether the tilted or flat balance applies in accordance with paragraph 11 of the framework. The full force of statutory and emerging development plan policy should be brought to bear on the appeal proposal, that is, whether the flat or tilted balance applies by virtue of the 5-year housing land supply position. So I then turn to the question of the 5-year housing land supply of deliverable sites and housing need, and with the 5-year supply first. The following are all agreed. The relevant period is 1st of April 2021 to 31st of March 2026. The 5-year requirement is 4830, which includes the 5% buffer, that is to say 966 development dwellings per annum. CBC's position is that the deliverable supply is 5545 dwellings, that is to say 5.74 years. The appellant's starting position was that the deliverable supply is 4.88 years. Its position became that deliverable supply is 4.86 years. And its final position, adjusted in respect of Barbrook Lane, is that deliverable supply is 4.91 years. And all of that was obviously agreed by Mr. Tennant. So 98% of the Colchester's 5-year housing land requirement is agreed to be met and robust, i.e. Colchester Borough's approach, as explained by Ms. Syret, has succeeded in 98% of cases. Just 91 additional completions, that's the difference between 4830 and 4739, are required to make up the alleged shortfall. And this is in the context that GL Hearn's assessment did not seek to identify or give credit for instances where the number of dwellings in the supply was below what its standardized threshold suggested. Mr. Tennant agreed. The assessment was therefore one-sided, and the appellant's deliverable supply figures should all more fairly be considered as minima. The issue for resolution overall is very narrow indeed and falls for determination on the basis of a proper interpretation of deliverable within the framework. The framework's requirement is that the LPA should demonstrate a realistic prospect, neither more nor less, that the identified completions will take place within the 5-year period. It does not require demonstration that they are certain to occur, as Mr. Tennant agreed. And the requirement for evidence to exclude or include completions will depend upon whether individual sites fall within subparagraph A or B of the definition of deliverable, and meaning and effect is to be given to the requirement that evidence should be clear in that context. Mr. Tennant also agreed. The grounds for exclusion in subparagraph A themselves all require site or proposal specific appraisal. The items that appear on the inclusory list at PPG paragraph 68007 all likewise relate to site or proposal specific items. Mr. Tennant agreed. There is no support at all in the framework or PPG for exclusive reliance on average benchmark values. Mr. Tennant explained in evidence in chief that the tool he had developed and applied was limited, bakes in a conservative outlook, reflects a cautious approach, and that its effect was to alert us to possibility of optimism bias. It is or should be self-evident from these descriptions that exclusive reliance upon the tool's output in respect of individual sites without consideration of adjustment is not apt to resolve the issue raised by the framework, i.e. whether there is a realistic prospect that the specific completions will take place. If this tool is to be used at all, it needs to be one of a number of stages, not rely upon as exhaustive at a site-specific level. Deployed alone, the test is tainted with pessimism. Use of an average without consideration of adjustment leaves out of account the wide variation of build rates agreed to be behind the average. Mr. Tennant confirmed that his spreadsheets show a range of 10 to 152 dwellings per annum in respect of sites ranging from 100 to 499 dwellings. His references to economic volatility were overblown, having regard to what the annual monitoring report 2021 reveals about the local economy. And that cannot, moreover, justify an approach that plainly diverges from the requirement for realism by assuming a requirement for, as we put it, exaggerated levels of confidence. The fact that Mr. Tennant considered that a survey of developers should be undertaken confirms both, firstly, that reliance upon benchmarking alone or exclusively is misplaced, and secondly, that developers' views have a significant role to play in site-specific assessment. The survey was not, in the event, a success. It did not, on the other hand, produce results that placed the Colchester Borough Council's assessment of the 5-year housing land supply in doubt at all. Mr. Tennant made other generalised criticisms of Miss Syrett's evidence as follows. Criticism of reliance upon past performance was misconceived because the Borough Council does not rely upon it to inform its opinion of the deliverability of sites at the relevant base date. Even so, performance against the housing delivery test is the clearest measure of recent past performance. And Mr. Tennant agreed with Miss Syrett's evidence that the Borough Council had consistently passed, indeed comfortably exceeded the HDT every year, and that this was confirmation of maintenance of a healthy housing land supply. Secondly, Miss Syrett's rejection of what developers had to say at her appendices 7 about Lakelands and 8, the garden community, confounds Mr. Tanner's criticism that the Borough Council places undue weight on what developers have to say about projected completion rates. And thirdly, PPG paragraph 3002, that is, which includes the reference to the advice of developers and local agents will be important in assessing lead-in times and build-out rates by year, contradicts criticism of reliance also on the views of estate agents. So I then turn to part 1, that is to say, sites disputed by reference to optimism bias. I've divided the disputed sites into 2, part 1, optimism bias sites, part 2, sites disputed on the facts, as I describe it. So paragraph 16. The 4 sites disputed in part 1 are agreed to be delivering over the same years. The issue concerns the rate of delivery in those agreed years. And the first 3 sites fall within subparagraph A of the definition of deliverable because they benefit from detailed planning permission. Notwithstanding the requirement for clear evidence to discount these completions, Mr. Tennant's contention is simply, again, that the Borough Council's rate is excessive to the extent, neither more nor less, that it exceeds that suggestion by guide build-out rates. Guide planning delivery periods dropped following discovery that Barbrook Lane had commenced. Mr. Tennant does not provide site-specific evidence in respect of any part 1 sites. And so far as those 4 sites are concerned, firstly, Chesterwell. The benchmark, Mr. Tennant's benchmark, which is 120 dpa, is at odds with Miss Syrett's explanation of progress on site in her rebuttal proof, past completion rates of 150 and 146 dwellings, corrected at ID4, and the imminent completion of 152 units, 21-22. So 741 dwellings, not 600, should therefore feature in the 5-year housing land supply in respect of this site, i.e. plus 141. Cowdray. The benchmark 43 dpa is at odds with Miss Syrett's rebuttal and the imminent completion of 75 in 21-22. So 250, not 215, should feature in the 5-year housing land supply, that's plus 35. The fact that 47 units had already been completed by December, with 3 months completion still to be added, confirms that Miss Syrett's approach is robust. Thirdly, Barbrook Lane. The benchmark 40 dpa is at odds with Miss Syrett's rebuttal, where she gives her factual evidence, and what Bloors have to say, including bringing forward 50 rather than 30 completions to 22-23. 200, not 160 should feature, and therefore that is plus 40. Finally, Lakelands. The benchmark 40 is at odds with what Miss Syrett has to say in her main proof without site-specific explanation. So 50, not 40, should therefore appear plus 10. The evidence therefore requires the reinstatement of 226 dwellings to the 5-year housing land supply. And this readjustment alone is sufficient to confirm excess over the 5-year housing land supply requirement compared with the target of 4830. Turning then to site disputed on the facts, the appellant's case under Part 2 is different in kind from that under Part 1. Firstly, because it is supported by site-specific evidence from Mr. Black, and secondly, it disputes entirely the appearance of any completions from the 3 sites concerned. The Borough Council invites you to accept the evidence of Miss Syrett and Mr. Cairns, confirming that there is a realistic prospect that completions will proceed in accordance with ID3. And that acceptance will doubtless follow consideration of the likelihood the development will proceed as they describe. Mr. Black has explained his doubts that completions will proceed as CBC set out in ID3, but he has not explained alternative chronologies that place all completions beyond 25-26. So there's quite a significant difference between the parties' evidence in this respect. So if I then take the rugby club, and there are 250 completions at issue here, commencing so far as Miss Syrett is concerned at 23-24. This scheme involves CBC as landowner, developer, and LPA. And these entities enjoy an effective working relationship, and there is no requirement to go out to market. The scheme has not been controversial and has attracted very little public interest. Past delays progressing the outline planning application arose from issues in respect of the A12 junction capacity, but these are resolved and carry no implications for delay moving forwards. The outline application was referred to the Secretary of State concerning mix of uses, who raised no objections. There's no need for a re-referral in the context of imminent signature of the Section 106 unilateral undertaking, which is now in final draft form. The huge public investment has been made to secure the completion of infrastructure comprising site access, pedestrian cycle walkway, the boulevard, broadband fibre, district heating system, and surface water drainage system. And the site is pretty much spade ready, Mr. Cairns explained. The dwelling mix 190 flats, 190 houses, 161 flats provides further confidence concerning deliverability, and works are advanced on preparation of the necessary reserve matters applications. Mr. Black raised, with respect, questions about deliverability based on his experience elsewhere, but without specific explanation why delays are likely to accrue in respect of the progress of this specific development, let alone explaining why it is not realistic to anticipate completions for 4 years. It's plainly not sufficient to assert, as he did, that there is no guarantee that other issuers may not arise, and reflects too high a hurdle for inclusion in the 5-year housing land supply in any event. An appreciation of the facts confirms instead Mr. Cairns' view in particular that the site is eminently deliverable, as in the 5-year housing land supply, with commencement of development envisaged in 22-23 and first completions in 23-24. Mill Lane extra care. Paragraphs, and I apologise, that should be paragraphs 23 to 24, where it says insert. Paragraphs 23 to 24 above apply also to the Mill Lane extra care scheme to take place on another part of the site overall, except that specialist agents have been appointed to dispose of that part of the site, and a specialist provider will undertake the development, for which there is a pent-up local demand. Whereas work is yet to commence on the reserve matters application submission in respect of this development, its flattered form will enable quicker completions. There is again clear evidence to support the realism of first completions in this instance also in 23-24. Turning then to the garden community, 150 completions commencing 24-25. The developers, that is Mersey Homes and Latimer Clarion, and 3 councils have entered into a planning performance agreement running to the 1st of October 23, by when broadly determination of the outline application and a commencement of the Section 106 agreement are anticipated. This establishes a series of pre-app meetings and the process prior to submission of the planning applications, including a scoping, screening, identification of key issues, identification of key persons for both parties, the nature and scope of community consultation pre-submission, Section 106 requirements, and the documents and fee to be submitted with the subsequent planning applications. It agrees general performance standards and key dates once the application and/or pre-app inquiry have been submitted, including validation, further formal consultation, update meetings, projected planning committee date, and a period for referral if required. It also agrees the Council's resource requirements and the developer's funding of them. Monthly pre-app meetings are underway. The timescales moving forwards are envisaged as April 22 public and stakeholder consultation, May 22 EIA's scoping submission, September 22 public and stakeholder consultation second round, December 22 submission of a hybrid application, August, September 23 Development Control Committee date, September 23 completion of Section 106 and issue of planning permission alongside adoption of the necessary development planning document. A joint committee on the 28th of February 22 agreed Regulation 18 consultation in respect of the DPD to take place March-April. Evidence-based documents are to be published alongside the DPD, including sustainability assessment, HRA, economic and employment study, transport and movement framework, etc. Other evidence is in preparation. The draft DPD will be reviewed following consultation and publication draft published and submitted for examination later in 2022, and adoption is expected 2023. To update matters, and this is the second of the 3 updates I alerted you to, consultation has commenced. Planning permission already exists for the link road and rapid transit system. On January the 28th, 2022, Essex County's Cabinet agreed to go out to tender for its construction. The report to committee sets out other considerations as follows. ECC is in negotiations with Homes England on extending the completion date of the A120/A133 link road to 25. The obligation to deliver new homes by March 25 remains, however, and is achievable without completion of the link road. Negotiations with landowners continue while CPO powers are being prepared as a precautionary measure to ensure timely delivery. And thirdly, the increased cost of the scheme is acknowledged, but discussions continue with Homes England and the Treasury. The County Council is also exploring other funding options, e.g. reducing the scope of the scheme whilst retaining the fundamental elements required to facilitate the earliest housing delivery and phased delivery of the road itself. Land ownerships are surprisingly simple, not fragmented and complex, with 1,000 acres owned by 2 landowners, Messrs. Gooch and Hunter, in the control of Mersey Homes and Clarion. Mersey Homes will act as master of development. Clarion is the UK's largest housing association, and its development arm, Latimer, has a track record of delivering more than 2,000 dwellings per annum. Persimmon do not own or have an option on any land within the garden community. The Section 1 examination looked in detail at the project, deliverability, viability, and infrastructure associated with the project, concluding that the site was deliverable and developable within the timescales that are relied upon by the Borough Council. Mersey Homes suggest, at Ms. Syrett's Appendix 8, that they intended to build in excess of 150, ahead, if necessary, of link road completion. Mr. Black emphasises the sheer volume of work involved in bringing this scheme forward and questions the availability of further evidence. But neither of these warrant a conclusion that CBC has not provided rather clear evidence that it is realistic to anticipate 150 completions at the garden community within the 5-year housing land supply. So to conclude on this matter, the appellant has provided no clear site-specific evidence to exclude the first 3 sites in Part 1 above, whereas the Borough Council has provided substantial site-specific evidence to include all Part 1 and Part 2 sites. It has demonstrated a 5-year housing land supply of at least 5 years, and the tilt and balance is not engaged. So I'm going to turn next to housing need. The Borough Council's housing requirements have been determined recently via the CLP process. The borough is part of a wider housing market area, and the objectively assessed housing need is not in dispute. Mr. Tennant helpfully confirmed in particular that he did not dispute that the local plan examiner's conclusions concerning the OAN were sound. The Section 2 emerging local plan makes provision for the OAN to be met through the plan period, including the allocation of 200 dwellings to the sustainable settlement of West Mersey. Mr. Tennant advances evidence instead that there is a requirement for housing within West Mersey beyond that allocated in the emerging local plan Section 2, based upon a toolkit for neighbourhood planners. Paragraph 66 of the framework and the toolkit are very clear, however, in this context. The first obligation on a local planning authority in accordance with paragraph 66 of the framework is to establish the housing requirement for its whole area. That has been done, Mr. Tennant agreed. The second obligation is to set out a housing requirement for designated neighbourhood areas that reflects the LPA's overall spatial strategy. That also has been done via, inter alia, the allocation of 200 to West Mersey at Emerging Local Plan Policy SG2 and Table SG2. Mr. Tennant agreed. CBC has therefore fulfilled its obligations under paragraph 66. There arises, therefore, in accordance with that paragraph, no need to retest the allocation at the neighbourhood plan examination, bearing in mind also that there has been no change in circumstance since that examination, and the neighbourhood plan emerging in parallel, as it has done, with the emerging local plan. The toolkit is ultra clear that there is in these circumstances no reason underlined, because it's as simple as that, no reason or requirement to undertake an alternative calculation. There is simply no reason, because the calculation of housing need within the HMA of which West Mersey is part has been completed via the local plan Section 1 process. And besides, the Section 2 local plan examination was the only forum in which consideration could be given at all to the respective claims or circumstances of other settlements or other locations or sustainable settlements, viz. The varying circumstances of Tiptree and Wivenhoe, to contribute to meeting the OAN overall in accordance with the adopted spatial strategy. It's important also to reflect that the emerging local plan Section 2 allocation to West Mersey, as other settlements, gives effect to an adopted spatial strategy that distributes housing amongst sustainable settlements, having regard most particularly to maintenance of the vitality and viability of services within them, not to calculation of housing needs within individual settlements. Mr. Tennant does not advance any evidence that Dawes Lane and Brierley Paddocks allocations combined would not serve to maintain the V&V of services within West Mersey, or that the appeal proposal is required to and would assist further to do so. Aside from the important objection that Mr. Tennant's various criticisms of the West Mersey allocations should have been advanced elsewhere to enable effective debate and assessment, they are totally without merit. There exists in particular no missing evidential link or ambiguity as he suggests. First, the development plan should be read as a whole, Mr. Tennant agreed. And Section 1 of CLP Section 1 reflects expressly that it is an objective of the plan to boost supply of housing in accordance with the national planning policy. And Section 2 allocates to West Mersey its share of the boosted overall minimum housing requirement. It was therefore beyond the remit of the neighbourhood plan to consider further allocations, because it was required instead to satisfy the basic condition that it should generally conform with the strategic policies in the development plan for the local area, not divert from them. And the neighbourhood plan explains that it is brought forward to give effect to the CLP or emerging CLP. Criticism that the neighbourhood plan had not referred to or considered the national planning policy to boost housing supply was therefore misconceived, because this had been undertaken already in emerging CLP Section 1, and the examiner concluded that the neighbourhood plan is in general conformity with strategic policies in the CLP and emerging CLP. Second, Mr. Tennant suggests that the neighbourhood plan is founded on an underappreciation of factors relevant to the housing market in West Mersey. But these criticisms are also, with respect, ill-founded. The neighbourhood plan examiner was plainly cognizant of both far slower recent growth rate in West Mersey compared with the borough as a whole, and the proportion of elderly population, and issues of affordability will have influenced the OAN, Mr. Tennant agreed. The neighbourhood plan examiner recognised, moreover, that the island has, insert A, has a sense of separateness, and that the town itself has a distinctive character. It is, as Mr. Tennant described it, one of the most beautiful places in southern England. The toolkit recognises that different patterns of sizes of property and affordability arise across housing market areas, but the distinctiveness of areas may be a positive feature of the housing market as a whole. And that situation clearly arises at West Mersey. Third, suggestions both A, that the allocation of West Mersey was restricted by the capacity of Dawes Lane and Brierley Paddocks, and B, that the appeal site was in line to fill any gap, are also misconceived. CD 410 reflects that at preferred option stage, those sites were considered to have a combined capacity of 350. The capacity of those sites was not therefore determinative of allocations to West Mersey. And Ms. Fawkins' rebuttal demonstrates that infrastructure, environmental and strategic planning considerations, including the emergence of Middlewick Ranges, all played a role in the decision to reduce the proposed allocation at West Mersey from 350 to 200. It does not follow that a decision to allocate additional land to West Mersey, whether 150 or the 60, that is 261 minus 200 rounded, to which Mr. Tennant refers, would have resulted rather, or been likely to result in allocation of a site, bearing in mind both earlier reference to greater capacity at those two sites and that the appeal site had at no stage been referred. And there's a footnote there as far as the 261 is concerned. The footnote reads, this is that 261, sir, is 266 corrected for the further 5 windfall sites which are listed at CD 11.12, which is West Mersey completions, an update of the Miss Fawkins Appendix 1. And Mr. Tennant explained the figure of 261 in evidence in chief. So I'm taking that 261 from Mr. Tennant's evidence in chief. And so I return to the text at paragraph 41. Taking Mr. Tennant's toolkit exercise at face value, 2 important further points emerge. And the first is this: the housing requirement for all parts of the housing market, including West Mersey, are already subsumed within and part of the agreed OAN. Any, quote, excess, quote, arising from standalone calculation in respect of any individual settlement does not represent housing need above and beyond that already part of the OAN and distributed in accordance with the spatial strategy, with which Mr. Tennant expressed considerable sympathy. Secondly, the calculated excess exceeds 200 by just 61. There will be continuing windfalls to count against that excess, Mr. Tennant agreed, and CD 11.12, which I've already referred to, shows these arising at a rate of around 7 per annum. There is no requirement for planning permission for 56 or any other substantial number of additional dwellings in West Mersey, aside from the appeal site's non-compliance with the emerging neighbourhood plans policy supporting windfall, which I refer to further below. To conclude, Mr. Tennant has not demonstrated that there exists any further housing need in West Mersey. Neither is he able to justify that any such need would be met in West Mersey, contrary to the spatial strategy. So the overall conclusion in respect to those 2 matters, the multitude of Mr. Maxwell's references to CBC's alleged inability to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply that permeate his written evidence confirm that this is a principal foundation of the appellant's case. Its opening statement emphasised that the shortfall is significant and needs to be addressed immediately, not in the future. Mr. Tennant's evidence makes clear that the second principal foundation is an alleged unmet housing need in West Mersey itself, And again, the appellant's opening emphasised in striking terms the chronic shortage of homes on the popular island of West Mersey in Essex, and the severity of the housing crisis in West Mersey. Miss Syrett and Miss Forkin have shown to the contrary that the Borough Council is able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and and explained that there does not exist any housing need in West Mersey that is not either already met or reasonably capable of being met in accordance with the local plan and the emerging local plan. These findings are, in our submission, fatal to the appellant's case that the planning balance favours the grant of planning permission. The appeal proposal does not otherwise deliver any substantial planning benefits that approach outweighing the harm resulting from multiple agreed breaches of current and emerging development plan policy, which I'll turn to in the remainder of these submissions. So the next issue is the effect on the character and appearance of the area, including the setting of heritage assets. Firstly, the character and appearance of the area, and within that, the baseline. Lawful use of the appeal site remains agricultural, Mr. Maxwell agreed, whereas Mr. Maxwell's logical rounding off proposition relied upon land along the appeal site's eastern boundary belonging to number 118 East Road being considered to have a lawful residential use that has never been asserted in the context of the planning history of that property, and the inquiry does not have evidence of the use of that land, including its intensity. Any lawful use other than agriculture is therefore not confirmed. And Mrs. Bailey explains that land retains the appearance of countryside in any event. It certainly does not have the appearance of part of a suburban garden. And contrary to Mr. Cox's evidence, the appeal site is not a genuinely urban fringe site. It enjoys instead key characteristics of the local landscape. It does this by virtue of its open pastoral nature with hedgerows along two boundaries and views south and southeast across the over the countryside and to the distant sea beyond. Last view agreed by Mr. Cox. It also retains elements of the historic landscape pattern. References to the appeal site landscape baseline, having limited landscape features, overlook its inherent pastoral character that connects it intrinsically both to the surrounding agricultural landscape and to the heritage of the site, as showed in Mr. Cairns' regression mapping. Strength of character and condition are both pertinent to the consideration of landscape value, and the site has landscape value judged against the GLIVIA 3 factors. Community value in particular is reflected in existing and emerging policy protection as part of the coastal protection belt. The fact that the site is sloping also bears on its visibility viewed from the south. Though Mr. Cox identifies that the hedgerows surrounding the site are regularly punctuated with trees up to 16 metres high, the southern boundary features only 4 trees, 2 of which appear substantially lower than 16 metres, and these are widely spaced and provide limited screening value to any potential development. Mr. Cox identifies the land east of the site as being garden, but also acknowledges that this is disputed. The garden has the appearance of being paddock-like in any event, more in keeping with agricultural land around it than a typical domestic garden. Mr. Cox describes the East Road as a major access into West Mersey, whereas it is an unnumbered road leading to largely undeveloped east of the island via Chapman's Lane and East Mersey Road. Cross Lane is described as a minor road, but it is also an unlit public bridleway, accessible to general traffic for a short section only. And the character of these thoroughfares is indicative of a rural edge rather than an urban setting. Then to the landscape effects. The development would obliterate the site's openness and pastoral character. It's likely to degrade or diminish a range of characteristic features such as boundary hedges, which cannot be adequately mitigated. The overall landscape effect on the site itself is therefore likely to be major adverse. The magnitude of change on the surrounding landscape is likely to be medium, but the quality of that landscape is of at least moderate value, and it forms part of the core of the coastal protection belt. The effect on surrounding landscape could therefore be moderate adverse overall. The mitigation measures are unlikely to be able to address all of the indirect landscape effects, leaving a permanent backdrop of dense rooftops, lighting columns, and other infrastructure to the surrounding open countryside to the southeast. Mr. Cox's assessment of magnitude of change leaves out of account the permanent adverse effect of development on the site itself and its immediate setting, where the pastoral character is wholly lost, and the mitigating effect of retained or enhanced vegetation, the sloping of topography and density of the development, multifunctional demands on proposed space, and the control of boundary vegetation are limited. Mrs. Bailey therefore disagrees that the magnitude of change overall will be low and judges that it is high, instead on or in proximity to the site. And the significance of effect would be moderate major, therefore using Mr. Cox's criteria, the magnitude of change to the wider landscape is agreed to be low and the magnitude of change minor. Key issues arise as far as landscape effects are concerned between Mr. Cox and Mrs. Bailey. They concern the site's typicality, the openness of its character, its contribution to openness around the setting, whether the site has an urbanized character, and whether it has a coastal estuarine character. And I turn to each of those five in turn briefly. Mr. Cox implies that the site's character is atypical of the character area due to its small-scale field pattern, and that it is indicative, it is indicative of its urbanized character. But the regression mapping analysis shows that the small-scale field pattern, notably the southern boundary, fits with the historic field pattern. And the Chris Blandford landscape character assessment also identifies that the key characteristics of the landscape area include small fields generally located in close proximity to small farmsteads. The site might, moreover, have related in the past to a local farm, as barns are identified on the field parcel to the west of the site in the 1880 map. Mr. Cox also disputes the relevance of open character to the site due to its scale, enclosure, and inaccessibility. But again, the regression mapping analysis also shows that the site's scale is in keeping with its historic character. And Mr. Cairns and the CBLCA identify small fields to be part of key character. The southern boundary is not as enclosed as identified by Mr. Cox, with views across the site to be had from the public right-of-way where it abuts the southern boundary, and views over the southern boundary hedge to the countryside and sea available from the high point of the site. Mr. Cox queries thirdly whether the site contributes to the protection of openness around the settlement, but the site, countryside, and the sea beyond can be glimpsed variously from East Road, Cross Lane, or Crossway. The character of the site, including its openness by virtue of its pastoral and sloping character, contributes to the setting of West Mersey's eastern edge. And he describes settlement edge of West Mersey and its small-scale field pattern as giving the site an urbanized character. However, West Mersey is a small town, suburban in character, rather than a large metropolis. So even with the visible built form on East Road, Cross Lane and Crossway, the effect on the site is at most suburban or rural edge. Mr. Cairns, his Appendix 2, confirms in the map regression, as previously noted, that a small-scale field pattern is part of the historic landscape pattern, not part of an urban character that contributes to and enforces its existing landscape character. And finally, Mr. Cox states that the site is not distinctively coastal or estuarine in character or sense of place, and only meets part of criterion A used to define the coastal protection belt. However, the site is only 800 meters from the coast, of which there are glimpsed views from both the northern and southern boundaries, giving it both a coastal character and sense of place. And the site's character cannot be dissociated from that of the island as a whole, which is just 2 kilometers across at its widest point, accessed by causeway, covered at high tide, and it wholly meets criterion A, therefore, to which greatest weight is given in the CPB study. I turn next and finally to visual effects. The proposal would introduce a permanent series of ridgelines with a regular form and depth corresponding to a higher density of more urban form than that found currently along East Road. These would have a significant visual effect from near viewpoints on the public right-of-way south of the site, on neighbouring residents, and the setting of this part of East Road and Cross Lane. The permanent effect would be major adverse from the southern point of the site, where it meets the public right-of-way, and landscape mitigation is unlikely to be able to mitigate all the significant visual effects on public right-of-way users and on the open character of the site due to development density and the site's rising landform. With hedgerows typically ranging from 2 to 4 meters in height, it is likely that only the ground floor of any future development would be screened. Moreover, as the northern part of the site is 4 meters higher than the southern part, public right-of-way users in the countryside setting would be impacted more by development here. Properties will be substantially visible from the ground floor upwards above the typical boundary hedgerow height, and views from the southern boundary are wider and more open than shown on viewpoint photograph number 10 in Mr. Cox's Appendix 2, as the viewpoint is located 15 meters south of the boundary. And viewpoint number 1, though slightly elevated, shows that a wide view of the site is to be had as the public right-of-way user moves closer to the appeal site. Mr. Cox identifies that residents whose properties back onto the site have views over the site to the agricultural landscape to the south and east. There are also distant views to the horizon line of the south from the line of the sea from the highest part of the site, as well as closer views of the sea from the southern boundary of the site. The proposed development would likely block views of the countryside and sea for most existing residents adjoining the site. This also helps to confirm that the site is part of the intrinsic coastal character of the character area in visual terms, alongside its demonstrable heritage value and pastoral function. The viewpoints along East Road and Cross Way do not fully capture the glimpsed views of the site and the distant views of the countryside beyond, as doubtless observed on the site visit. So, the existing viewpoint photographs do not tell the whole story, and glimpsed views of countryside add to the setting of West Mersey and a sense of its rurality at this point. Furthermore, the extent of development is not shown on viewpoints photographs 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Visualizations have therefore not been provided as advised by CBC and Clivia 3. Mr. Cox identifies the enhancement of existing boundary and hedgerow trees can be used to mitigate the effects of the development. However, as the site is on rising land, mitigation planning on the southern boundary or on adjoining open space will leave properties on the highest point largely unmitigated, and the upper story and roofs lower down still visible. The public open space along the southern boundary is multifunctional, limiting opportunities for large-scale tree planting. There would also be residual negative effects on tranquility and nighttime views through lighting and vehicular use, including on the countryside to the south. Public right-of-way users are judged as medium-high sensitivity, and the magnitude of visual change is judged as high as rather medium adverse. The significance of the overall visual effect would therefore be should therefore be evaluated as moderate, major, not moderate. The development at Barley Parks is currently causing some noise disruption from site machinery and visual impact on public right-of-way users south of the site. But once completed, that development will be around 45 meters. We'll have around 45-meter green buffer between the public right-of-way and the completed development. See Mr. Firth's Appendix B. There will be some residual effects on users of East Road, Cross Lane and Cross Way through glimpsed views of rooftops and lighting columns between the properties that will also affect the setting of the thoroughfares and this edge of the West Mersey, aside from the partial rooftop and other infrastructure views from Waldegraves Lane. So to conclude, loss of the openness and pastoral character of the site, effects on the wider landscape to the south, and adverse effects on public rights of way users and their amenity would breach, and I shan't read that list out, but it would breach all of the policies that are listed in paragraph 66. turn that into a heritage asset and the setting of garden cottage in particular, which I call the listed building. Mr. Griffiths emphasised that the appeal proposal would not affect the built fabric of the listed building, and that's plainly correct, but it misses the point. The listed building has been increasingly surrounded by residential property over time, such as the appeal site is the final contextual and vestigial green space, recalling its historic and formerly rural setting. Mr. Griffiths' research has demonstrated a functional link that formerly existed between the listed building and the appeal site in the past, and the site assumes even greater contextual significance. Consolidation of suburban residential development and loss of the remaining surviving open land immediately to the south of the listed building could cause inescapable further harm, so far as the ability of the public to understand the listed building as a pair of artisan rural cottages is concerned. There exist, according to Mr. Cairns, fine views across the appeal site to the listed building beyond, and this residual setting is key to retaining a meaningful appreciation or experience of the cottages in their original setting. He referred additionally to views or glimpses from Cross Lane, East Road, and the Fox Public House car park. Setting considerations also extend to the character of the environment in which the asset is experienced, and the loss of the paddock to suburban housing development would detract from the public's ability to understand the asset and erode its heritage values. The illustrated layout does not suggest that suburbanization of the appeal site at the density proposed is consistent with any sensible mitigation of this effect. Indeed, the emphasis of the appellant's mitigation strategy appears to be focused instead on the southern boundary of the site instead. The harm to significance would be less than substantial harm, but great weight attaches to the conservation of heritage assets, avoidance of harm to their significance regardless of scale. And this explains why harm to their significance requires clear and convincing justification in accordance with paragraph 200 of the framework. There does not exist any justification approaching this demanding threshold, and the appeal proposal is therefore contrary to those paragraphs in the NPPF and the other policies also listed in paragraph 70. I turn then next to design and density considerations. The application site is bordered to the north and west by linear development along existing vehicular routes. Dwellings are generally detached or semi-detached, and single-storey dwellings are not uncommon. The site itself has a predominantly verdant and open character, and its context is that of a semi-rural edge of settlement location. The site should therefore benefit, as Mr. Firth explained, from a rural system of spatial planning. Whether any development attains the beauty required by the framework needs to be considered in context, not in isolation from it. And a development might be beautiful, but just not fit in with its surroundings and context. He considered, Mr. Firth that is, that the appeal site is itself truly rural, sited in a rural context at the edge of the settlement. Density is a certain input so far as the current application is concerned. It was not dictated by national or other planning policy, nor informed by LVIA. It is or should be self-evident that the appeal site does not form part of a typical suburban location, whereas Mr. Maxwell explains that 30 to 50 dph is a density range commonly recognized as a typical density for suburban low-rise housing and development. He explained further that the proposal involved development at a density widely recognized as making best use of available land, that none of the framework, PPG, or the local plan provide support for this proposition. And Mr. Maxwell relies on instead on paragraph 125 of the framework, omitting the first sentence and omitting also subparagraphs D and D of 124. It's clear from NPPF, from these references within NPPF, that the framework does not envisage that making efficient use of land is to be juxtaposed with securing well-designed, attractive places that maintain an area's prevailing character and setting. and that these are not, as Mr. Maxwell's evidence suggests, competing objectives. And Mr. Maxwell agreed that that was the effect of those references within NPPF overall. It's a major omission of Mr. Maxwell's explanation that the proposed density is appropriate in the local context, that it omits references to the densities and other features of the schemes coming forward at Dawes Lane, alongside very substantial open space provision, and Brierley Paddocks, which is itself landscape-led, or the existing densities of the site's immediate surroundings. Mr. Firth explains that Mr. Maxwell's preferred comparator, Wellhouse Avenue, was granted planning permission in 2005, subject to a policy regime placing emphasis on proving higher density schemes, and Mr. Maxwell agreed references to PPG 3. It is also removed from the appeal site and is itself at odds with its context in terms of density. It has a different sense of place compared to its surroundings. And finally, Mr. Maxwell agreed that recent revisions to NPPF will represent a significant, if not sea, change in terms of design requirements. The indicative layout was placed before the inquiry very shortly its commencement as what was explained at the preceding case management conference to be a more sophisticated version of what was proposed than its predecessor. That being so, weight should attach to it as indicative to a substantial degree of the form of development that would or could come forward pursuant to a grant of outline planning permission. It is entirely appropriate in that context that Mr. Firth should point out each of back-to-back distances being marginal, developments being generally required to face onto the rural edge of the site or settlement, which is itself a principle recognised by Mr. Maxwell. Mr. Firth considered that the scope for retention of the eastern boundary hedge was likely to be an issue because of the proximity of development. And this is particularly important in the context that Mr. Maxwell agreed that consideration should be given to whether or the extent to which the proposal would provide for satisfactory long-term boundaries with countryside adjoining the site. And then the third factor referred to by Mr. Firth was a rear parking court facilitated by alleyway lacking natural surveillance and place making. Fourthly, the absence of visitor parking, 14 spaces agreed to be required. The modest footprints of units 21 to 28, suggesting a struggle to meet nationally prescribed space standards. And finally, the proximity of structures and means of access to boundary hedges and trees. These factors suggest that realization of 56 units would require a more intensive urban form of development, even than the suburban layout shown, respecting less still the prevailing character of this part of West Mersey. And the application did not facilitate any necessary flexibility to lose units and include any placemaking at all, its absence being noted by Mr. Ryan in evidence in chief. So to conclude, the appeal proposal is contrary to those paragraphs of the NPPF and those development plan and emerging development plan policies referred to in paragraph 75. So next, to the effect on the highway safety. Concerns about the provision of safe access to the site played a part in its failure to secure allocation through the local plan process, and it's very apparent from the evidence that those concerns have remained unresolved. So I turn then to option A, which is Mr. Williamson's Appendix C, or that's one source of it. Option A is an access arrangement that is satisfactory to Mr. Williamson and Mr. Mason in all respects, including highway safety, and preferred to others from a highway engineer's perspective. No existing speeding behaviour or accident records suggest that planning permission should not be granted on the basis of option A. There is no specific evidence, there is no evidence of specific issues arising in fact from the absence of a footway along the south side of East Road towards the Fox Public House, or vehicles exiting its car park, or use of the private access in numbers 104 and 104A East Road. And Mr. Williamson agreed that absence of evidence relating to all those factors. There has been and is no background of requests for traffic calming from any source, whether it be the town council or local residents. So option A and its accessibility are themselves incontrovertible confirmation that traffic calming is not necessary to secure safe access to the appeal site. Traffic calming would therefore be an unnecessary interference with the existing safe highway arrangements brought forward in an endeavour to make a substandard access arrangement work. Mr. Williamson agreed that parking in the visibility display across part of the forecourt to numbers 104 and 104A will obstruct intervisibility to or from the east in accordance with option A and prejudice highway safety. Outraged reference to parking by the owner of numbers 104 and 104 simultaneous with the accompanied site visit reinforced that point. The sole problem remaining is therefore that that option is reliant upon land that is simply not in the appellant's control. Mr. Williamson agreed, and Mr. Mason in cross-examination expressed it pithily as follows. It's control that matters, was his evidence. It is difficult with respect to construe that part of the planning system was not actually misleading from the outset. It is certainly unfortunate, and detailed debate concerning forecourt parking in front of numbers 104 and 104 and any prospects of LPA enforcement action in respect of it is not capable of resolving this land assembly issue. The appellant's position in respect of that matter is hopeless in any event. The forecourt is laid out as a parking area, Mr. Ryan explained, and there is aerial photography recording vehicle parking on it for a period in excess of 10 years. That daylight photography does not, of course, record the longer-term evening nighttime parking. Car parking might also sensibly be supposed to have taken place. It was Mr. Williamson who characterized curbside parking by contrast as transient. And the likelihood is that any application for certificate of lawfulness or ground D appeal would succeed. Mr. Williamson and Mr. Maxwell expressed surprise at the absence of enforcement action, but neither advanced evidence to support the expediency of any. Mr. Ryan explained that planning enforcement in the borough is reactive and no complaints have been received, including from Mr. Wheeler. He surmised that the fact that the forecourt parking was taking place in lieu of parking to the rear of numbers 104, 104A, and that use of the private access way may help to explain the apparent absence of any safety issue arising. It is or should be self-evident that it would be wholly unreasonable to enforce condition 9 for an ulterior purpose, that is, to secure safe access to a neighbouring development on site, or neighbouring development site rather. And this would be tantamount to misappropriation, taking Mr. Williamson's reference to common land at face value, or sterilisation of third-party land. Option A is a standard access, whereas options B and C are non-standard access proposed in lieu. Both are objectionable in principle, and that they involve traffic calming measures that are not necessary, and they seek to deploy traffic calming measures to enable the provision of substandard access. I turn then briefly to option B. Option B was identified shortly before the inquiry, introducing priority working and chicanes along East Road. Exposed through the inquiry process to appraisal by the Highway Authority and third parties, it was short-lived and has been superseded by option C. And I turn then to option C in more detail. Option C emerged only on Monday, the 28th of April, that is to say, the day before Highways evidence was programmed to be heard. It should be treated with a considerable degree of caution, bearing in mind its late emergence, absence of exposure to any real form of consultation at all, and the fate of option B upon exposure to criticism. Mr. Ryan was very clear in cross-examination that option C would have been subject to neighbourhood notification had it been brought forward as part of the planning application prior to the appeal. And Mr. Mason provided nonetheless a helpful set of preliminary responses to it. And you will call that as the note at CD 1118. Option C introduces a one-way section on East Road, not towed. This is entirely different from option B and not a mere reiteration, a mere iteration of it. One was a two-way operating, one has two-way operation with chicanes, one is simply a one-way section. There was increased reference to the potential for iterations as the highway evidence proceeded, but no evidence at all concerning how further iterations might address the deficiencies of option C, which are referred to below. Critically, Mr. Williamson agreed in terms these three propositions from Mr. Mason's note at paragraph 5. Firstly, a vehicle turning right out of the site access would not be able to see a vehicle waiting at the giveaway line, or 2, one which had already moved off from the giveaway line and potentially already committed to the narrowing, which 3 could lead to a vehicle or vehicles having to reverse, worst case scenario, in East Road. Some vehicles may not reverse, but instead bump over footway or use a dropped curb if in the right position to go around the opposing vehicle or vehicles. That is with respect critical to rejection of option C. Recognizing that the point is more nuanced because it depends how far a vehicle exiting the public car park has emerged into the carriageway, and emphasizing what he saw as the small potential for the situation to arise, Mr. Williamson also agreed paragraph 6 of Mr. Mason's note as follows. That is to say, a vehicle turning right out of the site access and a vehicle turning left out of the Fox Inn public house car park would not be able to see each other and therefore could end up facing each other in the narrowing. Again, some vehicles may not reverse, but instead bump over the footway or use a drop curb if in the right position to go around the opposing vehicle or vehicles. It follows importantly from agreement of paragraphs 5 and 6 that option C would not resolve the intervisibility issue arising. It would substitute instead an alternative unsatisfactory or unsafe arrangement. This conclusion and the unacceptability of option C in highways and planning terms are underlined as follows. The amount of visibility available for vehicles exiting the appeal site could be affected due to them not being positioned correctly because of the angle of the site access. Mr. Williamson agreed with the second part of Mr. Mason's paragraph 4. Secondly, the scheme would require weighting restrictions and therefore a TRO or orders, though Mr. Williamson was not convinced that this was more than desirable. This would delete agree in square brackets. This would remove visitor parking along the north side of East Road and result in problems with deliveries. Where there is insufficient opposing traffic, vehicles can tend to race to get through before an opposing vehicle or vehicles, which undermines the calming effect of a scheme, particularly in terms of speeding vehicles. Mr. Williamson acknowledged at least the possibility of this phenomenon. And then next, swept paths have not been provided. I'll come to the footnote in a moment. Swept paths have not been provided. Mr. Mason expressing concerns about whether required manoeuvres for large vehicles, including large refuse vehicles turning right and right out, left in and right out of the proposed site access are physically possible, and the extent of overhanging footways and centre lines that would occur. The footnote reads as follows: to update matters, and this is factual update 3 of 3. Mr. Williamson and Mr. Mason have reached agreement on the maximum size of vehicles that may use the highway without express consent, but swept paths are also not available in respect of these vehicles. And that note, although those emails should have made their way onto the CD list, and I think have been forwarded, sir, to you yesterday. Thank you. Penultimate point. The excessively long, uncontrolled, dropped curb pedestrian crossing point in front of 131 East Road, which may exacerbate the problem of vehicles mounting the footways to go around each other in the narrowing, and the possibility that being continually driven over by vehicles entering and leaving 131 would be likely to lead to a trip hazard and increased maintenance liability. It's not clear whether relocation would continue to provide a crossing point on the desire line for pedestrians wanting to cross at the end of the new section of footway along the southern side of East Road. And finally, street lighting would be required to be conspicuous in both day and night time conditions. The appellant has identified benefits from option C arising from the footway on the south side of the East Road towards the Fox Public House and in respect of the private access to 104 and 104A East Road. But those benefits are clearly outweighed by disbenefits as follows. First, all eastbound traffic is required to give way and westbound traffic required to give way selectively, interrupting the flow of traffic over a 43-metre one-way section of East Road and degrading the efficiency of this part of the network. Mr. Williamson agreed that this was so to some extent. And it does that unnecessarily, see option A above. Secondly, removing on-street car parking for which there's a clearly expressed demand and producing problems for deliveries with delivery vehicles likely to park on the footway outside the relevant dwelling, either partially or fully blocking the carriageway or footway. And then thirdly, detrimental environmental effects, that is to say, introduction of additional signage and road markings, noise and air quality due to an increase in slowing, stopping and accelerating vehicles, lighting installation arising from the requirement to be conspicuously lit, assuming that this can be provided within the highway. Fourth, additional road signs and road markings, and therefore an additional maintenance burden for the County Council as LHA. Mr. Orion explained in evidence in chief that option C would suburbanise this length of East Street. And it would clearly do so. The appellant's retort that this was not referred to in a landscape character roundtable session merely reflects that option C had not emerged even by that time. To conclude, safe access cannot be delivered in accordance with option A because land required to enable adequate intervisibility to or from the east along East Road is not within the appellant's control. Option B failed. Option C does not resolve the key shortcomings of options A and B, and there is no evidence about how it might be modified to do so. Mr. Mason was clear, rightly, that an access arrangement that is deliverable and acceptable in principle needs to be demonstrated to the inquiry if permission is to be granted. He was not convinced there's a solution here in cross-examination, and then asked directly whether he considered at the close of evidence in chief that there was a reasonable prospect that an access solution might be found aside from option A. Mr. Williamson replied that he was, quote, hopeful, unquote, on that account. That very careful, deliberate answer and the evidence concerning options B and C as a whole do not provide a reasonable basis for imposition of a Grampian condition. The draft of that condition has been agreed, moreover, without prejudice to the further submission that the option agreement does not secure control over land necessary to provide the western-facing visibility display over the life of any outline permission. There's many a slip between cup and lips, and it is not to be assumed that the existing option would be exercised prior to the 31st of December 23, let alone that its extension would be secure. For these reasons, the proposed means of access remains very clearly contrary to the development plan policies and other policies that are referred to in paragraph 94. So I then turn finally to accordance with the development plan policy as a whole and the planning balance. Sorry. Though not able to list the policies themselves, Mr. Maxwell agreed that the appeal proposal is contrary to statutory emerging development plan policy concerning each of the protection of landscape character, protection of heritage assets, the settlement boundary, protection of the intrinsic character of the countryside beyond the settlement boundary, and protection of the coastal protection belt. See cross-examination. Ms. Forkin explained more specifically that the appeal site proposal is contrary to policy section 1, CLP section 1 policy SP1, because it does not fulfill the environmental element of sustainable development or comply with the local plan as a whole, that it fails to comply with policy SP3 of section 1, since section 2 policies SG2 and SS12A and the neighbourhood plan policy WM3 combined have provided for development at within or adjoining West Mersey according to its scale, sustainability and existing role. Thirdly, that it doesn't accord with or at least derive substantial support from section 1 policy SP4 because sufficient sites have been allocated through the plan-led system to meet the identified housing requirement. Fourthly, it's contrary to ENV core strategy ENV1 that protects the countryside outside settlement boundaries for its own sake, and the recent Malden Road Tiptree appeal decision confirming that full weight should be attached to this element of ENV1 and emerging local plans, section 2 policies, ENV1 and OV2. Fifthly, it's in breach of development plan policies DP23 coastal areas because it does not require coastal location and is harmful to landscape and heritage interests, and emerging policy ENV2. And finally, this is aside from breaches of policies concerning effect on landscape character, including heritage assets, design and density matters, and highways, which are referred to above in these submissions. Mr. Maxwell also agreed specifically that the appeal proposal is contrary to or does not derive support from each of the emerging neighbourhood plan policies WM1, which is the planning strategy including settlement boundary, WM2, which is housing development including windfalls, WM12 access, WM22 landscape impact, and WM26 heritage assets, albeit the existence of breach of WM12 and the extent of breaches of WM22 and WM26 was a matter for other evidence. Too little time has been spent at the inquiry focused on breach of neighbourhood plan policy, and it's perhaps helpful in that context to emphasise 2 points. First, the appeal proposal is contrary to the neighbourhood plan policy WM2 in respect of windfalls because the appeal site is both greenfield and outside the settlement boundary. It's readily apparent that this policy is brought forward in accordance with paragraph 69C of the framework, which advises LPAs to support the development of windfall sites through their policies and decisions, giving great weight to the benefits of using sustainable sites within existing settlements for homes. This is very significant, bearing in mind the appellant's emphasis on the appeal site as a windfall. And second, the grant of planning permission would very substantially undermine the neighbourhood plan at the point of being made, leaving the community to endeavour to influence a detailed layout without the policy tools and control that the neighbourhood plan brought to bear on the allocations at Dawes Lane and Brierley Paddock. That outcome undermines the very significant efforts the community has invested with CBC's support in the neighbourhood plan. The Town Council requested that I should make submissions on Thurston Parish and Mid Suffolk District versus Bloor Homes and Sir George Agnew. And I might say that I've shared this with Councillor Ackers, this paragraph. That case involved planning officers' interpretation of planning policies that appeared in a neighbourhood plan that had just recently been made. There does not, however, arise in the current appeal any dispute concerning the interpretation of the emerging neighbourhood plan policies which are referred to above, or the fact that the appeal proposal is in breach of them. And that being so, it's not necessary to consider Thurston Parish further, other than to note that it serves to emphasise once again the importance of neighbourhood plans as part of the development plan. And to summarise, there are multiple most important development plan policies in this instance, as the conclusions above to each of the main issues, except the first, reflect. The appellant does not contend that any of these is out of date by comparison with the framework, and the Borough Council is able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. The tilted balance does not therefore apply. The proposal is in breach of these development plan policies. It is also in breach of emerging development plan policies, and their compliance with the framework is also not in dispute. There are no statutory or emerging development plan policies pointing in the other direction, that is to say, towards the grant of planning permission. The issue that arises is, what is the force of any material considerations then that might indicate otherwise? So the planning balance. Substantial weight attaches, in accordance with Mr. Ryan's evidence, to objections to development of the site in principle described in the evidence of Ms. Forkin, and to the harm that will result to the landscape character and appearance by reason of design and density considerations. Small additional weight arises from the adverse effect of the significance of garden cottage. Very substantial further weight, indeed, attaches to adverse impact on highway safety. And it is difficult to contemplate, as Mr. Ryan also explains, that this could be justified. The weight attaching to each of these objections is underlined by the fact that they emerge or result from breaches of up-to-date development plan policy. Mr. Maxwell relies upon benefits arising in respect of affordable housing, market housing, planning contributions, option C, and the scheme itself, that is to say, the potential for beautiful layout and landscape treatment. These are all run-of-the-mill benefits and do not weigh heavily against the clear-cut plan-led identification of harm. See the Malden Road Tiptree decision at paragraph 148. But looking at them each in turn, Mr. Ryan acknowledges that significant weight is to be given to affordable housing, but this is tempered to modest here by a number of factors. Firstly, the 30% proposed is not more than the contributions secured routinely from housing sites that has itself been concluded to be sufficient to meet affordable housing requirements across the borough. West Mersey, on the other hand, is not an easy place to live due to its unique island geography, Mr. Ryan's evidence in chief. Mr. Maxwell agreed, at least to the extent to which those on the waiting list were expressing a desire or requirement to live there was therefore material. Mr. Ryan demonstrates in that context that Dawes Lane and Brierley Paddocks are already set to make affordable housing provision in excess of that required to meet the demand expressed for affordable housing in West Mersey. And in that context, the weight attaching to affordable provision is not as telling as it might otherwise be. The contribution that the appeal site might make to market housing provision should have regard to the evidence of the borough's successful record of housing production and emergence from the pandemic. It is also important to reflect that the CLP spatial strategies distributes housing to sustainable development in order to maintain their V&V, and there would be no discernible additional benefit to West Mersey's V&V compared with that arising from the development of Dawes Lane and Brierley Paddocks, alongside continuing windfalls in any event. So significant weight does not therefore attach to the provision of housing market here overall. There are no further planning benefits of any significance at all. The planning contributions do not involve more than is required to mitigate the impacts of development in accordance with the framework. Option C is not itself a satisfactory highway solution, and its incidental benefits are outweighed by substantial disbenefits. Environmental benefits arising from the appeal site itself are illusory. The play area is located in space that doubles as a SUDS drainage feature at the southern end of the site. It's likely, therefore, to be wet in winter and is not well located for use by the wider community. And there is a proposed scattering of trees rather than significant tree planting. To conclude, the sum of the benefits clearly do not outweigh rather the disbenefits assessed on the flat balance, and also would not do so were the tilted balance to apply. To conclude, for these reasons, the Borough Council respectfully requests that the appeal be dismissed. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry to take so long.
Thank you, Mr. Pickles. Okay, I think I think we should take a break actually before hearing from the appellants closing submissions.
So yes, I'm grateful. So I don't know, looking at the time, whether an early lunch break would be helpful.
Yes, I think so. Yes. Okay. Well, if we break then, and if we resume at 1 o'clock.
If you please, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock now, and the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Matthias.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So I have sent through some written closing submissions.
Right.
Have you received them yet?
I haven't received anything as yet. No. Right. I'll just see if I can get hold of them.
Thank you, sir. And so there are some authorities to which I refer, which were sent through yesterday. Have you received those?
Yes, I have. I've got those.
Oh, thank you.
Can I say something about the authorities?
Yes.
Yes. We received these at 7:30 last night after a long adjournment, without any indication of what the submissions are. But aside from being prejudicial to the local authority, of course, third parties are completely in the dark about these authorities, because they really ought to have been put some time ago on the core documents list. And so what I'm going to ask for is, regrettably, what I'm regrettably going to ask for is 7 days within which to respond on the legal submissions which I'm about to hear, and to do that in writing.
Mr. Matthias.
Yeah, so I wouldn't have any objection to that, sir. If it would assist you. The submissions on these authorities are indeed quite short, and I don't think there's anything that will take my learned friend by surprise. But if he would like 7 days, then so be it.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Well, I agree. 7 days, a 7-day period.
Yes, I think the other point is, I mean, there is the other point is, and I think that Marie Rutherford will be listening to this, and I think that it would be appropriate to invite her to put the list of authorities and the authorities themselves into the core documents list. I mean, it's pretty unlikely that anybody else is going to want to say anything about them, but it is a public inquiry. And so I think it would be prudent just to kind of forestall any complaint there might be on that ground by taking that action.
Well, I think one ought to be quite careful, because I'm happy for my learned friend to make, because I know he will confine himself to submissions of law on those authorities. If we cast the net much wider, that may not be the case. Moreover, when we sent the authorities across to my learned friend, he'll be aware that we sent him a list of the propositions that we were seeking to derive from the various authorities. So he's not really quite as surprised as he suggests, in fact. But I don't want to make an issue about this.
No,
it's not a big thing.
I don't think we need to exchange further submissions about this. I'm happy with 7 days, and that deals with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then if we can adjourn then and resume next Tuesday.
No. I apologise. All I'm asking to do is to make written submissions.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry.
Yes.
I apologise for that.
Yes.
No.
Yes, no, okay, then. Okay.
I think it's highly unlikely, sir, but in the event that my learned friend raises something in his submissions to which I would wish to answer, may I have the opportunity to answer within 10 days? But I very much doubt I will need to. As I say, the propositions are trite.
Okay. Yes, that's agreed.
Thank you, sir.
Okay then, Mr. Matthias.
Thank you, sir. Do you have my closing statement now?
Actually, no. I mean, I haven't yet received it.
I do apologise. I think it would help you, sir, to have it in front of you.
It would actually.
It's been sent to the case officer some little time ago.
Yes. Okay. Right. Can we just break until 1:10, please?
If you please, sir. Yes, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's 1:10. I have received your closing submissions now, Mr. Mathias.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So may I please, these closing submissions should be read together with the council's opening submissions, which are relied upon in their entirety. But I won't repeat them here. Yeah. And so together with it's the appellants, sorry, to be read together with the appellants' opening submissions, which will be relied upon in their entirety, will not be repeated here. These submissions are largely structured so as to reflect the main issues that you identified at the CMC on the 14th of January, beginning with the consideration of housing need and whether or not the council can demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing new sites. Secondly, the effect of the development on the character and appearance of the area, including the effect on the setting of heritage assets. Thirdly, design and density considerations. And fourthly, the effect of the development on highway safety. We'll also then go on to deal with the issue of planning policy and balance. In our submission, sir, that the evidence that this inquiry has heard has demonstrated that the council was wrong to refuse planning permission, that the appeal proposals represent an acceptable and suitable scheme, providing an excellent opportunity to address the chronic shortage of homes on the popular island of West Mersey in Essex. Beginning then, so with the main issue 1, as you identified it, housing need and whether or not the council can demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites. And going on then to the question of whether paragraph 11D of the framework is engaged, the so-called tilted balance. We take our submissions in the following order. Firstly, to deal with housing supply, which breaks down in this case into 2 aspects: sites on the 5-year housing land supply trajectory subject to optimism bias, and secondly, the disputed sites. We then go on to consider housing need. At present, we say the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Its assumptions are optimistic and lack the robustness which national policy and guidance require. No solution to this problem has been presented by the council or the town council through the emerging neighbourhood plan. If, contrary to our primary submission, you were to conclude that the council is able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, the position will be marginal at best, which is a strong material consideration for strengthening housing supply and a matter to be given weight in the planning balance. The severity of the housing crisis in West Mersey is one of the most important considerations in this appeal. As explained by Mr. Tennant, the island of West Mersey has a significant local identified unmet housing need, which neither the adopted nor emerging local plan makes provision for, and which the emerging neighbourhood plan has studiously sought to avoid addressing. It's therefore essential that additional land for housing be identified. The supply and demand balance, as analysed by Mr. Tennant in his housing needs proof at section 6, what we refer to as market signals, in West Mersey show constrained housing supply, contributing to a rapidly ageing population, a slow rate of growth, and a misalignment in the housing stock. The strong local demand for homes has not been met by increased supply, leading to rapidly rising house prices, despite lower household incomes than in comparable areas. These sorry conclusions are only confirmed by the West Mersey Housing Needs Survey. Going then to housing supply. As part of the duty to identify and update annually a supply of specific deliverable sites, sufficient to provide a minimum of 5 years' worth of housing against their requirement, deliverable is to be understood to include sites which are, quote, available now, offer a suitable location for development now, and achievable with a realistic, emphasis on that word, realistic prospect that housing will be delivered on the site within 5 years. Sites which have outline permission for major development or are allocated in a development plan, quote, should only be considered deliverable where there is clear evidence that housing completions will begin on site within 5 years. those quotations, of course, from the framework. The guidance, PPG, states that to demonstrate deliverability, the local planning authority must assemble, quote, robust up-to-date evidence, which may include current planning status, firm progress being made towards the submission of an application, or firm progress with site assessment work, clear relevant information about site viability, ownership constraints, or infrastructure provision. The guidance also states that information to assess likely timescale and rate of delivery, quote, may include indicative lead-in times and build-out rates for the development of different scales of sites. As Mr. Tennant noted, another expression for indicative in this context, information is the use of benchmarks. And the appellant's analysis of the 5-year housing land supply position can be divided into 2 sections. Firstly, sites identified within the 5-year housing land supply trajectory where benchmarking against an indicative build-out rate, BOR, suggests assumptions about the rate of future delivery are overly optimistic and ought to be scaled back. Those are what we refer to as the optimism bias sites. And secondly, sites where the evidence does not support deliverability at all within the 5-year period, those being the disputed sites. Now, dealing firstly, if I may, sir, with the optimism bias sites, this is focusing on the build-out rates of the sites in question. Dealing with matters of principle, at the outset, we make the following key points. Firstly, that assembling a 5-year housing land supply trajectory involves making a prediction about future delivery rates. This requires the application of certain assumptions. The use of robust assumptions relating to BOR is an essential step in arriving at a robust 5-year housing land supply. Without a reliable means of benchmarking what they are told by developers, the council is not able to confirm that the 5-year housing land supply is grounded in realism. Delivery, of course, is vulnerable to changing economic conditions, and the current circumstances are likely to undermine future delivery. Conservative assumptions are therefore essential. To be robust, assumptions need to draw from a large sample size and reflect the full range of different types and sizes of sites. Mr. Tennant's analysis does this. Mr. Tennant's build-out rate analysis has identified 4 sites where the council's assumptions as to delivery are overly optimistic. Forming a judgment on the 5-year housing land supply requires, in respect of those sites which will start delivering homes within 5 years, making an assumption as to the rate at which delivery onto the market will occur. Assumptions as to the rate of build-out define the arc of the 5-year housing land supply. The notion of realism within the definition of deliverable is of critical importance, and is a matter of judgment based on the evidence that has been assembled to demonstrate it. Consequence of unrealistic and overly ambitious assumptions is that the number of homes will be lower than expected, meaning that people in the borough who are relying on homes coming forward in sufficient numbers to meet demand will not be able to access homes affordable and suitable for their needs. This exacerbates a range of socio-economic problems. Establishing and demonstrating a 5-year housing land supply will involve making assumptions about future events which have an inherent degree of uncertainty. Present understanding and predictions about the future may turn out to be wrong, and there is a well-understood tendency in project management generally, and development schemes in particular, to make overly optimistic predictions about future events. And Mr. Tennant refers to this specifically in his main proof of evidence at paragraphs 5.18 to 5.19. These may be deliberate, naive, or may simply be incorrect due to unforeseen circumstances and changing market conditions. Indeed, Ms. Syret fairly acknowledged that there were always peaks and troughs in housing delivery, but nevertheless expressed confidence that the market is very good at the moment, she said. One area where this kind of optimism bias is likely to occur is in the anticipated build-out rates for development sites, which are subject to many contingencies relating to both supply side and market demand issues. For example, labour and material shortages or inflation may slow build rate. Rising interest rates and cautious demand may limit the quantum that a developer wishes to release onto the local market at any one time. Any number of project delays or deliberate choices based on unforeseeable future events could cause the anticipated BOR to decrease. The tendency towards optimism bias is a widely understood and researched phenomenon, as explained expertly in the Litchfield's Start to Finish report. There's no identified phenomenon of pessimism bias, nor indeed did the council suggest there was any such in the predictions that have been relied on by themselves or the appellants. As Mr. Tennant noted, now is a time for particular caution when making future predictions. Although present market demand may be strong, we have the economic headwinds of the pandemic, Brexit and inflation at its highest level for many years, at 5.5% as of February of this year, being the highest since March 1992, resulting in the Bank of England beginning to increase interest rates, which will have a direct impact on housing demand and development finance. House builders are involved in a risky business, and delivery rates of house building tend to mirror fluctuations in GDP. These conditions increase the likelihood of much more unpredictable and recessionary conditions in the near future. And so the emphasis looking forward should be cautious, as Mr. Tennant said during the course of his evidence in chief. For that reason, it's absolutely essential to apply a factor to expected BORs that introduces prudence in order that the 5-year land supply be credible. Whereas here, a council is managing a wafer-thin margin around the minimum 5-year housing land supply, there is need for particularly robust and realistic expectations as to likely delivery. Ms. Syrat confirmed that her assessment of likely BORs was based on, quote, established relationships with developers. In respect of Barbrook Lane, Ms. Syrat said her assessment there was based on, quote, what I have been told by the house builder and calculate to be the average. But although asked, she didn't explain how she calculated the average. This is exactly the sort of situation where the risk of optimism bias involving an over-eagerness to accept what developers say and a benchmarking process that is imprecise to say the least is high. Although Ms. Syrat agreed that evidence for deliverability must be verifiable, and the council cannot just take the say-so of the developer at face value, Ms. Syrat's evidence on the 4 optimism bias sites that we have identified was largely focused on a commendable level of knowledge of present circumstances with each site, but not an objective assessment of how any predictions sit alongside relevant, reliable comparables. Although Ms. Syrat stated in her assessment that each of the individual sites was based on facts, she fairly conceded, as she had to, that in respect of the future, the predictions given by developers were just that, predictions, not concrete facts. In respect of the Calgary Centre site, Ms. Syrat accepted in cross-examination that although in her view it may be on course to deliver 75 dwellings next year, she couldn't dismiss the possibility that the following year it could deliver 85 or 25. In relation to Barbrook Lane, Ms. Syrat acknowledged in cross-examination that the 5-year housing land supply trajectory had been changed in respect of this site simply because of updated predictions from Bloor Homes, the developer, and not as a result of her own objective analysis. In support of her BOR assumptions, Ms. Syrat sought to place reliance on verification of the 5-year housing land supply trajectory from local agents. Although when one looks at what those agents say, see Appendix 2 to the 5-year housing land supply annual position statement, which is core document 5.1, they amount to a very cursory assertion that the figures as a whole seem acceptable. As Mr. Tennant explained, whilst agents may provide some useful information, they will generally not have the time, interest, or degree of specialist knowledge required to give an objective assessment of the key assumptions, such as the BOR, that feed into the 5-year housing land supply trajectory. Knowledge of the current circumstances and situation may be a poor indicator for future performance because, as Ms. Syrat has self-accepted, market conditions dictate that rates of delivery may vary. These market forces may be affected by international, national or very localised considerations. As we have, since the opening of this inquiry, the new war in Eastern Europe has led to rapidly rising prices for fuel, amongst other resources and materials, which compound the need for conservatism and prudence at this time with respect to future assumptions. Fundamentally, Ms. Syrett's analysis focuses narrowly on site-specific conditions as the determining factors for BORs, to the exclusion of the realities of market conditions, even though she elsewhere accepted the latter plays a crucial role in the rate of build-out. In the only optimism bias site that Ms. Syrett said she had undertaken anything approaching a benchmarking exercise in response to what she was told by the developer, that's the land west of Lakelands, she admitted to only having looked at a single comparable. She was referring, it appears, to land north of Wyvern Farm, London Road, Stanway. That's not, however, a direct comparable in any event, since it is previously developed land, whereas the land west of Lakelands is a greenfield development. No, Mr. Tennant noted it's more a matter of luck than judgment, and if you only look at one comparable, it's statistically meaningless. Although Ms. Syrett had said a broader exercise had been undertaken at some point in the past to carry out monitoring and ascertain whether what developers told the council about delivery was correct, she was not able to recall when this was done, point to further information about it, or explain its methodology. The danger of this narrow approach is that there is a significant variation in BOR on any given site across the lifetime of its delivery, as can be seen by reference to the data from the annual monitoring report compiled in Mr. Tennant's spreadsheet. The spreadsheet there, that was the spreadsheet submitted to the inquiry, so on the 18th of February, and accepted by you, and it was the spreadsheet that was referred to during the evidence of Ms. Syrett and of Mr. Tennant. It hasn't been added as an inquiry document, and you may have it readily to hand, but if it would assist you, then perhaps it could be added as an inquiry document so that its location is clear.
No, yes, that can be added as an inquiry document.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So going from that spreadsheet, by way of example, at Rowhedge Wharf, that's a site with a capacity of 170. The annual build-out rate between 2016-17 and 2019-20 was 18, 46, 27, 42 in those 4 years. In another example, Turner Village at Northfields, a site with a capacity of 432, annual build-out between 2008-9 and 2016-17 was 4, 23, 17, 50, 0, 13, 54, 24, 80. Again, with some units yet to be delivered. A cursory glance at other entries in the spreadsheet reveals this pattern of significant annual variation repeated at almost all sites. The safe and robust course, therefore, is to take a large sample size, draw together the mean across a number of years, and disaggregate the site types. And that is precisely Mr. Tennant's approach. The approach of Ms. Syrett to be strongly inclined to accept what developers tell her about BORs for sites where development has commenced is with respect unsound. The significant variations in annual delivery on each site, as can be seen in the council's own AMR data, highlights the dangers of taking this uncritical approach. It does not lead to a robust trajectory. For the same reason, the fact that Barbara has apparently produced more than the benchmark 43 in the year 2021 to 22 so far does not provide a safe basis to assume that delivery will continue at the same higher rate throughout the build-out. Rather than simply relying on what developers and others assert about the future, the safest and most prudent approach to anticipating future events is reference to appropriate comparables. As Mr. Tennant's analysis shows, the council has been prone to basing its housing numbers on overly optimistic forecasts in the recent years, meeting its target in terms of net additional dwellings in only 4 of the last 11 years, resulting in a current deficit of 485 dwellings as against its target. For the benchmark BOR, to ensure the robustness of the 5-year housing land supply, it's essential to test any assumptions as to build-out rates against robust and reliable benchmarks. This is known as a guide BOR. And it's only by doing this, excuse me, that there can be confidence as to the realism of anticipated delivery within the 5-year housing land supply. One means of establishing benchmarks for future delivery is to look to data from past completions, known as regression to the mean. This provides a way of limiting the negative impact where developers' expectations are out of step with market strength. As a result, the BORs are reined back. Although a guide BOR cannot foresee or guard against market volatility specifically, it bakes in a conservative outlook based on the reality of past delivery, which means the risk of homes not coming forward in a way or at a rate that the planning authority anticipates is substantially mitigated. And as a result, the negative consequences of the council not reaching its targets are mitigated. The policy result is to increase the supply of housing. The council's own annual position statement recognises the value in developing, quote, a range of assumptions and benchmarks to help inform and test assumptions, which can include build rates. Accordingly, the council has prepared the table below to demonstrate lead-in times and delivery across a number of sites in the borough. This uses clear evidence and demonstrates actual performance on comparable sites and is used to form assumptions to test delivery information or where there is no information available from site owners, developers to inform the assessment. That's our core document 5.1. Well, this contradicts the approach that Ms. Sarid argued for during the course of her evidence, suggesting that there was no value in benchmarking and that it was not reliable. Despite Ms. Sarid's attempt to disclaim the benchmark approach, the council's 5-year housing land supply does rely on data drawn from past completions to inform its predictions about future delivery. The council's annual position statement uses 13 sites to inform its benchmark, and the table produced by Ms. Sarid herself uses 16. As Mr. Tennant explained, research has shown that these metrics are likely to differ for sites of different sizes by unit number and type, i.e. whether green or brownfield. The credibility of any benchmarking tool rests on the size and range of samples relied on. So one must therefore gather a sufficient number and spread of data points to enable assumptions for BOR to be arrived at for the full range of types and sizes of sites that comprise the 5-year housing land supply, if these are to have any value in generating forecasts of housing supply for the future and benchmarking estimates provided by developers. This is the method advocated by the Litchfield's, the well-known Litchfield start to finish report. The council's data, 13 or 16 sites, gives far too small a sample size to provide robust assumptions for BOR and has no data for a number of the site categories graphically illustrated by Ivan Tennant at his rebuttal proof of evidence, paragraphs 4.16 to 4.19. Mr. Tennant's analysis, on the other hand, uses 97 sites from past completions in Colchester Borough of various sizes and types, supplemented by national level data from Litchfields, where there are gaps in local site information for a given category. This is a much larger and therefore more reliable data set and informs a benchmark which is therefore robust and realistic. Mr. Tennant's methodology involved taking the 97 Colchester Borough sites, disaggregating sites according to size and type category, removing outliers such as student housing, an approach that Ms. Sarid agreed with, and supplementing with national level data where the sample size for Colchester Borough was too small to be relied upon in isolation. This methodology and its reliability was not challenged. This is a statistically robust professional approach supported by authority, that's to say the Litchfield study, and used across the industry as a means of removing optimism bias. The results of Mr. Tennant's guide build-out rate, derived from the larger sample size, reveals the assumptions used by the council in its position statements and evidence to this appeal to be unrealistic, providing an overly optimistic BOR for each category of site size when compared to historic delivery rates within its own area. Mr. Tennant's conclusion accords with the council's track record, which shows it has often been prone to basing its housing numbers on overly optimistic forecasts. The result of the analysis is a small but significant softening of the 5-year housing land supply trajectory arc, which better reflects realistic delivery and so mitigates the risk that the council will not meet its annual targets in the future. As well as the benchmarking exercise, Mr. Tennant has undertaken a developer survey, to which very low response was received, including no response at all from the council's development arm, and has visited each of the 4 optimism bias sites, to check whether development has started, and if so, what progress is being made. Mr. Tennant has therefore had regard to site-specific information as to likely future delivery, to the degree that it has been available, and to the degree it actually assists predictions about future delivery. Simple point is that the council readily appreciates and admits the need for benchmarking, but its assumptions carry less statistic reliability when compared to those of Mr. Tennant, who compared delivery from 97 different sites in the borough, disaggregated into different site types, greenfield, brownfield, and by site size, as advocated in the Litchfield's report, and used Litchfield's data where there was lower sample size for a particular category of site. Aside from one minor and inconsequential data point being queried, the council did not question the methodology used in Mr. Tennant's analysis of BORs in the borough to arrive at his benchmarks, save when it seemed to benefit their case to prefer Litchfield's data. And there's a relevant footnote there, sir, on that point. And then we say the detail of the sites to which Mr. Tennant has applied his benchmark analysis are set out below, with a comparative position as against Ms. Cyrus on behalf of the council. So that chart sets out the 4 optimism bias sites, compares the appellant's position with the council's, and there we see the party's position on the optimism bias site summarised, and the difference of position is that 226 dwellings. So that's the optimism bias sites. There are it requires a removal of 226 dwellings from the 5-year housing land supply. Going on to the disputed sites, if I may, sir, by way of introduction, then there are 2 sites the council has already conceded units from. At footnote 30, Village Hall, Great Wigborough, that's 34 units, and Bridge House, that's 18 units. In addition to those 2 sites, there are 3 sites within the 5-year housing land supply which fail the test of deliverability and therefore should be removed in their entirety. And incidentally, so it's not for the appellant to postulate an alternative chronology in respect of such sites, since deliverability within the 5-year period is the sole matter for consideration upon this appeal. The sites then, the 3 disputed sites are the Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community. That's a 5-year housing land supply dependency of 150. The Rugby Club at Mill Road, a 5-year housing land supply dependency of 250. And Mill Road Extra Care, 5-year housing land supply dependency of 180. Taking those 3 together with the 2 sites that have been conceded, that's a total of 632 units should therefore be removed from the 5-year housing land supply on account of sites that will not deliver within that period. If I can go first to Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community, this site has relied upon with the 5-year housing land supply to deliver 50 homes in 2024-25 and 100 in 2025-26. Overall, there's no application nor pre-application. The adopted development policy requires a further development plan document before progress of any planning application, and this development plan document has not even been for a first consultation yet. Furthermore, there's an unfilled gap in essential infrastructure funding, and the land ownership and therefore assembly process has been stated by the council as being complex, with a possible need for a compulsory purchase order. Application timescales. This is a large and ambitious strategic site which lies across the borders of 2 local planning authorities. The council should be commended for pursuing a bold agenda to provide homes on such a site, but it should also be conservative in its assumptions about delivery timescales, given the scale of the project. As ever with such sites, maximising the development benefits requires a comprehensive and carefully thought through planning process, not a rushed one. At present, there's no planning application submitted of any kind, nor any form of pre-application consultation. Although Ms. Syred gave information, and this was for the first time you'll recall during the roundtable session, as to an extant planning performance agreement, full details were not given of this to enable an ascertainment of its value or whether it was realistically going to be followed. Such documents are often over-optimistic and need to be extended. It was notable that Ms. Syred described the planning performance agreement as establishing a timeline for progress of an application, but did not give details of exactly what this timeline is. It appears the timeline takes the site to a state where an application will be made, but not through to reserved matters or discharge of conditions. Whatever the agreement does say, it is not clear evidence to which weight can sensibly be given. Ms. Syred at one point indicated that Mersey Homes, which is now referred to as the lead developer, expected to submit an application in December 2022. Then at another point in the roundtable session stated that 2023 was the anticipated time for submission of the planning application. It's not clear which date is relied upon. In any event, it appears the developer anticipates receiving consent in the third quarter of 2023 and being on site in 2024. The December 2022 submission target and the third quarter consent target assumes a time period between submission and determination of less than 9 months. As Mr. Black noted during the roundtable session, this assumption of less than 9 months is completely unrealistic in the light of the average times taken for determination of applications for normal schemes, not urban extensions of garden communities in the borough. 22 months for determination at outline stage from allocation, 14.7 months for applications not in the plan, and a further 20 months average for discharge of reserved matters and conditions. In the circumstances of complex strategic cross-borough development set to deliver up to 9,000 homes, the assumptions of less than 9 months determination time is patently over-optimistic. Furthermore, given the policy requirement for detailed master planning and design codes, and we discuss in a moment, reserved matters and discharge of detailed conditions is likely to require some detail and likely time. None of the parts of the timeline provided allows time for any pre-application process, pre-application public consultation, nor time for revisions to the scheme, as one might expect for any such scheme, especially where it now seems proposed that an application will come forward prior to the DPD. No contingency is built into this timeline by the council, which compounds its unreality given the scale of the site. Furthermore, there's no information about any site assessment work having been undertaken. This is a factor that PPG considers relevant at paragraph 68007. Because of the policy requirements for this site, the question of application timescales relates closely to the DPD. Coming to the DPD, the adopted policies SP6, SP8, SP9 of Part 1 of the local plan, which is a core document 2.5, make provision for the TCGPBGC. SP8 states categorically that no planning consent for development forming part of the garden community will be granted until the DPD has been adopted. Policy SP9 states that the DPD will, quote, define the boundary of the new community and the amount of development it will contain. At present, there's no boundary for the development. SP9 states that any planning applications must accord with detailed master plans and design guidance, which will be adopted with the DPD, but at present do not exist. The draft of DPD itself proposes to set a number of demanding requirements on any planning applications within the garden community site. For each topic area, there are a number of specific requirements. For example, in relation to public transport, that's page 73 of the draft, the draft DPD sets out a requirement that in advance of any planning application being determined for the site, there must be prepared and approved by all of the councils a transport assessment, public transport strategy, parking strategy and management plan, freight management strategy, a travel plan, a mobility hub strategy, and a micro-mobility management strategy. It's therefore clear that applications will need to follow the DPD rather than proceed simultaneously with it, or else there's a real risk of the progression of the applications undermining the DPD process and of the DPD's aims being frustrated, and the consented development not matching the DPD. There's also a real risk of public confusion in the process for consultation if an application proceeds simultaneously with the DPD process. The most likely and realistic course, therefore, is that an application will either not be made or at the least will not be substantially progressed until the DPD has been examined or possibly adopted. It's in nobody's interest that a premature application be made for the site in whole or in part, which may prejudice its full delivery and benefits. As is stated in the Joint Committee's own report of the 28th of February, quote, because the Section 1 local plan requires that planning permissions are not to be granted until the development plan document has been completed and adopted, a delay to its adoption would have a knock-on effect to delivery on the ground. The timeline for the adoption of the DPD was set out in the baseline report document produced in September 21 for the project. It anticipates that the Regulation 18 consultation will take place during the winter of 2021-22. The Regulation 19 version will be consulted on during the spring-summer of 2022, with a submission of the DPD for examination in autumn 2022, examination in winter 2022, and its adoption in summer-autumn 2023. That extremely ambitious timeline has already slipped, even from expectations from September. Regulation 18 consultation was supposed to take place in December and be concluded during the winter of 2021-22. At the time of the roundtable session, the consultation not yet commenced. It follows from the logic of the Joint Committee's report that given the slippage in timetable, there will already be a knock-on effect to delivery on the ground as things stand. Furthermore, the link road is now delayed by at least a year, which will have further knock-on effects. Turning to the infrastructure elements of the project, Local Plan Part 1, SP6, relates to the need for infrastructure provision and states the DPD must include an infrastructure delivery strategy and phasing plan, details of the design and delivery of the rapid transit system, and target modal shares. SP6 also states that before any planning approval is granted for development forming part of the Tenbury-Colchester Border Gardens community, the A120, A133 link road and Route 1 of the rapid transit system, quote, must have secured planning consent and funding approval. It also states that sustainable transport measures, quote, will be provided from first occupation. At present, there's no sustainable transport to the area since it's a new community. It's therefore clearly not envisaged for development to come forward and be occupied in advance of the necessary infrastructure being in place for sustainable transport. Paragraph 9.1 of Part 1 of the local plan states, quote, in view of the scale and long-term nature of the proposed garden community, the authorities intend to have a significant role in how the community is phased and delivered, and to ensure that the infrastructure and other supporting measures to support the residents of the new community are delivered in advance of or at the same time as new homes. There is a requirement for delivery of a link road in advance of the development coming forward. Whilst there's some funding in place, the County Council Cabinet Report of the 21st of December 2021, which was referred to by Ms. Syret for the first time during the roundtable session, has stated there is a shortfall of funding of approximately £21.25 million, with an additional £16.73 million likely future shortfall resulting from overruns which take the project beyond its initial envelope by a further year to 2025. Those are core documents 11.14 at 6.11 to 6.12. Now, this results in a considerable increase to the original 69.07 envelope for the project, on the basis of which Homes England funding was received. The County Council report acknowledges the, quote, risk that Homes England will not be willing to fund the cost escalation in full or not agreeable to the full programme extension. This strongly suggests this essential infrastructure, a prerequisite for residential delivery, will not be ready until 2025, meaning delivery of houses will be significantly delayed compared to current expectations. The December 2021 County Council report also notes that not all land necessary for the link road has yet been secured, and that whilst negotiations are ongoing, there may be a need for compulsory purchase. This is noted to be a further risk to funding, adding a further year to the necessary envelope and an increase in costs of at least £1.5 million. It's therefore stated that additional risks beyond the £21.25 million have been identified, and should these materialise, the funding gap may widen. Ms. Syrick did not seek to claim at the roundtable session that the necessary funding had been secured, even though negotiations over the same has now clearly been taking place for a number of months. A further risk identified in the County Council report, which Ms. Syrick chose not to bring to the attention of this inquiry, was the identified risk of a public inquiry for the road link project, which would lead to an additional 12-month delay. The suggestion was made again for the first time during the roundtable session that there might be scope for provision of some of the houses, i.e. those within the 5-year housing land trajectory, before the end of 2025-26, in advance of the road link coming forward. But this approach is flatly contrary to the above cited applicable policies for the garden community. And Ms. Syrick's suggestion there might be scope for a small application to come forward in advance of the master plan-led progression of the rest of the site would undermine the policy basis for development at this site, which is comprehensive development in a thorough and master planned manner in order to maximise the benefits and ensure proper infrastructure provision. Ms. Syrick stated in the roundtable session that her suggestion of houses coming forward prematurely was supported by the County Council report. However, on inspection, it says no such thing. Indeed, the recent 28th of February Joint Committee report directly contradicts what Ms. Syrick asserted, since it states that any delay to the infrastructure will have knock-on effects on delivery on the ground. Nowhere in the documentation is it envisaged that houses will come forward otherwise than in accordance with the established policy basis for the development of this site. Needless to say, at the present, there is no phasing plan which would support any such piecemeal approach. And then in closing, the Council suggested for the first time the possibility of reducing the scope of the scheme, a suggestion which only serves to reinforce the appellant's concerns about the deliverability of the scheme within the 5-year period. In terms of ownership, as noted above, the latest County Council report on the subject states that negotiation is ongoing in respect of the link road land, and there is anticipation of the possible need for a compulsory purchase order. This is the point which Ms. Syrick omitted to bring to the attention of the inquiry, but can clearly be seen from reference to the County Council report on which she placed reliance. This shows that first, the land is not yet secured, and secondly, that its acquisition may be a lengthy and uncertain process. The baseline report of September 2021 states the site is fragmented and complex, and that option agreements are not fully known. Whilst the land within Colchester Borough may have more a straightforward situation, the site as a whole has complex and fragmented ownerships. Complexity and uncertainty on the tendering borough part of the site will inevitably have a knock-on effect on delivery of housing on the Colchester Borough part, since it is envisaged that development will be comprehensive and not divided along administrative lines. As stated above, there's no phasing plan which separates out areas according to administrative location. Although some land in the south was stated by Ms. Syrick to be under option to Mersey Homes, it was not said that the option has yet been exercised, nor what the terms of such options may be. Furthermore, there's no evidence before the inquiry of what other property constraints there may be on the land, nor is there evidence from any of the landowners themselves. Unfortunately, Ms. Syrick's approach was to simply fail to address or acknowledge the risks to delivery of the project. and through the need for a compulsory purchase order and serious funding issues, which are apparent on the face of the documents to which she referred. In terms of developer input, it's notable there's no statement of common ground in relation to this site with any of the developers said to be involved. A single email is provided by Mersey Homes, who are understood to be the lead developer in relation to part of the site within Colchester Borough. However, no information is provided from any of the other developers within the broader site, nor from Clarion Housing Association, who are said to be delivering affordable housing within Colchester Borough on this site, who are all important to ensuring that delivery comes forward. Overall, so there's no firm progress towards an application which renders this deliverable within the NPPF definition. Whilst there is optimistic assertion from the council and one of the developers, there's not clear evidence that completions will begin on site within 5 years. Turning to the Rugby Club Mill Road, the total units for this site is 350, and it's relied upon in the 5-year housing land supply to deliver 250 units. That's to say 50 in 2023-24, 100 in 2024-25, and 100 in 2025-26. In terms of the application's timescales for this site, the site does not benefit from a planning permission for residential development. It's already been beset by delays. It was scheduled to start delivering in 2022-23. However, in 2020, an inspector considers the delivery trajectory of 160 homes per year overly ambitious. And so that's the Braeswick Road appeal referred to by Mr. Tennant in his main proof of evidence at 5.84. A hybrid application submitted in 2019 has still yet to be determined. It's understood that the recent delays relate to the Section 106 and concerns over viability. The hybrid application also proposed the infrastructure works, which were already part of the detailed permission for infrastructure works. It's not clear whether these are different to the approved infrastructure plans or which will take precedence. Mr. Cairns assured the inquiry during the round table session that the decision was imminent and that indeed it may be issued that very day, and that if he was not giving evidence to the at the round table session, he would instead be in a meeting to authorise the council's decision notice for the hybrid application. However, this assurance is of little worth, given that as at today's date, some weeks after Mr. Cairns gave evidence at the round table session, the decision notice has still not been issued. This only goes to highlight the over-optimism of the council and the realities that delays are commonplace. This lack of reliability undermines the credibility of Mr. Cairns' other assertions as to application timescales and the deliverability of sites within the 5-year housing land supply. Once the hybrid application is determined, there will need to be reserved matters applications for each aspect of the scheme. There's no evidence of pre-application engagement for reserved matters, nor did Mr. Cairns say anything of this sort had taken place. There was also no evidence presented of necessary preparatory work for reserved matters applications, such as arboricultural, archaeological, and contamination investigation. All of these will take time and no contingency has been factored in. Mr. Cairns acknowledged that any work that had been done to assemble evidence for the reserved matters applications would require updating now. No consultations of the public have taken place, which, given the time that's elapsed, would be expected, and Mr. Cairns accepted there would be need for such consultations. Again, another factor which will lead to delay and which has not been allowed for in the 5-year housing land supply dependency. It was confirmed that there is no planning performance agreement for this site. Reliance was placed by Mr. Cairns on a protocol, and quote, protocol on how we deal with colleagues in commercial arm of the council, but I don't anticipate the normal types of delays as with an external developer. But this is undermined by the lengthy delays that have beset this scheme to date, which show that just because the landowner or the potential developer is an arm of the council, it does not guarantee swift delivery. Quite the contrary. Each phase of the development to be dropped in will be required to be bound into the overarching Section 106 agreement, which may well take time, 3 to 5 months, not being unusual. So whichever the developer signs up, even if it is the council's development arm, will add extra time through this. Even once reserved matters approval has been granted, there will still likely be pre-commencement conditions from the RMs. No allowance has been made in the council's timeline for this at all. Bearing in mind also the unusual timescales in Colchester from submission to discharge of conditions and reserved matters referred to above in relation to the garden community, the notion the site will start delivering completed homes in little over a year is entirely unrealistic. Mr. Cairns also stated that, quote, an awful lot of time is taken in negotiating design details, but suggested this could be cut short-circuited if the council was the developer. This is not considered to be a sound or transparent approach. The whole purpose of an arm's length in-house council developer is that it operates independently of the planning arm of the council. To imply, as Mr. Cairns did, that there will be less debate as to design details is to imply that these matters will receive less scrutiny because of the council's involvement in bringing forward the site. That's an unattractive point, which does not seem likely to prevail. On the contrary, it submitted the council's involvement, which, as noted below, is unclear, will likely increase the time taken over such matters since there are potential political hold-ups on both sides of the negotiating table. Turning to infrastructure, the site was granted planning permission for the first phase of infrastructure works on the 20th of April 2020. A number of applications for discharge of conditions were submitted in 2020 and remain outstanding today. A number of pre-commencement and pre-use conditions have not been submitted or discharged. Neither Mr. Cairns nor Ms. Syrett were able to address the inconsistency between this position and their assertion that works to install the infrastructure were, quote, well underway. Mr. Cairns asserted that infrastructure is, quote, is already in situ and ready to go, but the photographs in Ms. Syrett's evidence show only fencing being in situ, with no indication of the location, and it's therefore not possible to ascertain any real progress from this. Furthermore, as noted above, the outstanding hybrid application also includes some infrastructure works, and it's not understood which will take precedence, or indeed whether they are consistent. In terms of developer input, the council's evidence of developer input amounts to an assurance from the council's development arm that they intend to meet the 5-year housing land supply projection for the site. That's Appendix 4 to Ms. Syrett's main proof of evidence. That assertion is made on a wrong basis, since it relies on, quote, approval of a hybrid planning application in July 2021, whereas the application has not yet been approved. It's also stated that they are, quote, currently progressing a reserve matter application, but there is no detail given of what this relates to. The public register shows nothing, and no elaboration was offered during the roundtable session. This email cannot be relied upon to guarantee delivery within the timescale anticipated. The roundtable session was the first time the council sought to make assertions that they would be delivering the rugby club site themselves without another developer, although Mr. Cairns was in fact ambiguous on whether the council would bring forward development on their site alone or with a development partner. At one point asserting it would be the council, at another stating the council is, quote, potentially the builder in this case. No indication was given that a consultant team had been appointed or that a tendering process had even commenced for this. Again, the council's ambitions are laudable but overly optimistic. Overall, despite commendable aspiration, there's too much uncertainty for the site to be considered deliverable within the definition. Turning, if I may now, finally to the Mill Road Extra Care site. The total units from this site is said to be 260. It's relied upon in the 5-year housing land supply to deliver 180 units. 16, 20, 23, 24, 16, 20, 24, 25, and 16, 20, 25, 26. Whilst a different parcel of land, this site is subject to the same hybrid application as the rugby club site, which is pending with the council, and therefore the same contingencies are set out above, which undermine deliverability. Additionally, it was confirmed by Mr. Cairns that the council would not be bringing forward the site themselves in any way, rather it will be sold. Whilst Mr. Cairns stated that an agent had been appointed to sell the site, he said nothing as to whether it had even been marketed yet, let alone whether there was evidence of a willing buyer and or developer. The 5-year housing land supply suggests this site will start delivering from next year, but without a developer or landowner to take it forward for development, it's not understand how this aspiration is plausible. Again, no evidence was presented by the council of any pre-application publicity or consultation, preparation for reserved matters or anything of the sort, all of which will need to be begun and completed before any work can begin on site, let alone any completions. By way of conclusion on these three disputed sites, so for the council to provide evidence to demonstrate deliverability for the three sites referred to, and they simply failed to come up to proof. The expectations for these sites are overly optimistic, as has been demonstrated by the evidence of Mr. Black and Mr. Tennant, and the units relied upon should therefore be removed from the 5-year housing land supply. Whilst the sites may well deliver homes in the future, and the council should be commended for pursuing ambitious projects such as these, there's an insufficient certainty at present for them to be included in the 5-year housing land supply. The overall conclusions then on the 5-year housing land supply, the appellants submit that the number of houses included in the 5-year housing land supply figure be removed by 226 on account of optimism bias, and a further 632 on account of being entirely undeliverable within 5 years. And that's set out in the chart below in the written submissions. And it produces a 5-year housing land supply figure of 4.91, which is significantly below the 5-year that is required. Turning then, sir, if I may, to the question of the housing needs. The appellant's case is that the acute local housing needs in West Mersey present an important material consideration weighing in favour of the appeal scheme. Mr. Tennant's evidence was divided into 3 segments. Firstly, local policy and housing requirement figure. Secondly, demand and supply balance. And thirdly, housing needs survey. As Ms. Forkin for the council accepted, it's a key objective of the planning system to ensure needs are met. It's therefore important to understand what the needs are in any given area, and needs must be carefully scrutinised. She accepted that the Government Neighbourhood Plan Toolkit, which is in the core document 3.8, is one such aid to understanding local need, and is a reliable source to enable understanding of need in any given locality, and that there is no policy, guidance or case law to indicate the toolkit cannot be used to ascertain housing need in a Section 78 appeal. She also accepted that if there is evidence that needs are going unmet, this will be a material consideration in any planning decision. Now, local policy and the approach taken by the West Mersey Neighbourhood Plan and the Borough Plan. Given the existence of the West Mersey Neighbourhood Plan, national policy relating to neighbourhood planning is relevant to arriving at a robust housing requirement figure for West Mersey. Mr. Tennant was clear that he was not suggesting the local plan adopted or emerging or the West Mersey neighbourhood plan were unsound per se or seeking to undermine either. Rather, his evidence suggests that in undertaking the planning balance of this appeal, a proper consideration of local housing need is appropriate. The West Mersey neighbourhood plan contains policies relevant to housing supply, and therefore the PPG states West Mersey needs to articulate its housing requirement. This must be justified by suitable evidence to ensure that the neighbourhood plan makes sufficient provision for homes that are suitable and affordable. The indicative housing requirement figure provided by the council to the neighbourhood plan is, quote, approximately 200 dwellings. This figure is derived entirely from the development capacity of the 2 sites allocated in the Part 2 local plan, that's to say Dawes Lane and Brierley Paddocks. It's therefore not based on the latest up-to-date evidence, rather the approach taken is circular and undermines the objective of seeking to provide for the area's true needs. It became the council's case that the reduction from 350 to 200 dwellings as housing requirement figure for West Mersey was due to infrastructure constraints on Mersey Island, precluding the higher level of growth. However, when asked, Ms. Forkin was not able to furnish the inquiry with any evidence of exactly what those infrastructure constraints were. It's noted that firstly, the council did not refuse the appeal scheme on infrastructure capacity grounds, nor refer to the same in the committee report recommending refusal. And 2, the late evidence which the council did put in to seek to demonstrate infrastructure issues, that's at core document 11.7, do not illustrate any capacity constraints which apply to 350 dwellings, but not to 200. The evidence base for the local plan set out the following in terms of indicative housing requirement figure for West Mersey. The preferred option document in July 2016 states at 6.217 that the preferred sites could deliver 350 houses over the planned period, quote, a level which reflects the availability of existing facilities and services. And with the settlement boundary review from April 2017 stated on the one hand that the figure was being reduced from 350 to 200 owing to the capacity of infrastructure, also stated that, quote, overall the town is well served by infrastructure. The capacity of the local primary school and the option to expand is an advantage. Distance to secondary schools and train stations are the most significant issues affecting growth in the settlement, but the frequent bus routes which serve the town mitigate these issues to some degree. The position is therefore not consistent. As Ms. Fawkins' evidence noted, the reduction in numbers was largely driven by the level of local objection, which in fact sought reduction to an even lower figure than 200. Ms. Fawkins confirmed under cross-examination that the reduction from 350 to 200 was not driven by an argument that housing need in West Mersey was lower than 350. Nevertheless, Ms. Fawkins maintained the entirely implausible line that the identification of 200 as the housing requirement for West Mersey had nothing to do with the Brierley, Paddocks and Dawes Lanes applications, which together add up to 200. As Mr. Tennant noted, neighbourhood planning is meant to be a business that is easily understandable by the average person in the street, whereas in this case, the 200 figure and its origin is simply not readily understandable by the lay person, with no clear connection between the housing need in West Mersey and the figure of 200 that he could ascertain. The introduction to the neighbourhood plan recounts that the neighbourhood plan was formulated largely as a reaction to the indication given by the council that West Mersey's requirement was 350, and it would need to allocate sufficient sites to meet that. Indeed, rather than adopting the invitation in policy and guidance to seek to plan positively and exceed the minimum requirement, the neighbourhood plan is fairly transparent about seeking to minimise the number of homes in the area. Mr. Tennant used the toolkit because of the gap in the neighbourhood plan evidence base. It does not examine the question of whether there might be unmet local need, as Ms. Fawkins accepted. Although the local plan process involves some form of comparative assessment of different settlements within a housing market area, it remains at a relatively high level. In the present case, it looks at the housing market area level and then disaggregates into constituent authorities and then again into settlements in accordance with their sustainability, and thus is largely focused on infrastructure capacity rather than local demand factors. As Ms. Fawkins accepted, at no stage did the local plan process examine local need in West Mersey in itself. A more detailed assessment of particular circumstances in individual market areas, especially where they may be fairly defined, such as West Mersey, is of great value in ascertaining the need position for a particular community in detail. So going so, we went to the housing requirement figure. Mr. Tennant, as we said, used the neighbourhood planning toolkit to ascertain the housing requirement figure for West Mersey. The toolkit, quote, creates a direct link between borough objectively assessed need, sustainable settlements, and resulting housing requirement figure for West Mersey in particular. Applying the method set out in the neighbourhood plan toolkit results in a housing requirement figure for West Mersey of 266 dwellings over the planned period, 2017 to 2033. That's adjusted to reflect the net completions. The local plan and the neighbourhood plan only plan for 200 dwellings. On that basis, it's appropriate for additional land to be identified with a capacity of around 66 dwellings to ensure that the planning system satisfies the objectives of enabling households to access housing that is suitable and affordable. Ms. Fawkins of the council did not challenge the methodology of Mr. Tennant in applying the toolkit. And indeed, Ms. Fawkins accepted under cross-examination that the calculation undertaken at paragraph 4.10 of her proof was mistaken and the figures arrived at incorrect and not in accordance with the formula. Whilst there was discussion of a windfall allowance, the council did not, through evidence, advance a positive case that the level of windfalls in recent years was consistent enough to be applied going forward to the local expected delivery of homes in West Mersey, so as to reduce the housing requirement figure. Indeed, application of a windfall allowance to the toolkit is only permissible where there has been a, quote, consistent supply over time. And as Mr. Tennant set out clearly, the supply was not consistent. For example, it was zero in some recent years, and the neighbourhood plan itself says the opportunities for windfalls would likely reduce in future years. Mr. Tennant was accordingly clear that there was no basis for including a windfall allowance. Turning to supply and demand, sir, an assessment of market signals in West Mersey shows it, quote, it is an area of particular imbalance between supply and demand, even compared with Colchester and the county of Essex, which already suffer without question an imbalance in supply and demand. The signals point to the housing crisis in West Mersey being particularly extreme. The delivery of new homes in West Mersey has undoubtedly been weak in recent years. The town has seen its rate of population growth fall substantially in recent years. And that's the main proof of evidence of Mr. Tennant, paragraph 6.15. Whilst house prices, including rental, have risen faster than the county and national average, it's evidence the weak growth in West Mersey is determined by the slow rate of delivery of new homes. Compared with lower household incomes than in comparator areas, this has led to a high median affordability ratio compared with the borough as a whole. Alarmingly, over the period 2001 to 2019, there's been a substantial fall in numbers of children and those of middle age in West Mersey, whilst older age group categories have grown strongly, both trends outstripping county and national averages. This strongly indicates households are unable to access the homes they need in West Mersey, resulting in a rapidly ageing population. Now, but West Mersey is a big enough settlement to aspire to maintaining a mixed and balanced community and needs to have growth to support this vibrancy, vitality and viability. As Mr. Tennant explained in his evidence in chief, an increasing population is a lead indication of economic sustainability, and given house prices and level of demand, evidence from other indicators. A decline in population like this, in my mind, can be attributable to a lack of suitable housing, not because the place is failing economically, simply not enough places to live, not available housing stock. If I was responsible for well-being of this town and community, this would set alarm bells ringing, because the declining population in this way is problematic. The ageing population graph speaks for itself. There's nothing wrong with West Mersey being a place where people come and retire to, but it is nonetheless a settlement of a significant scale, and it should aspire to maintain mixed and balanced community, not least because the elderly population has increased the need for care, services, and all sorts of infrastructure in order to live a full third life, as it's called. So I'm assuming there is an aspiration for West Mersey to be a mixed and balanced community, and this raises concern about whether it is moving in that direction. The way to resolve that, an important part of that, is to increase the supply of housing and meet need as fully as possible. Furthermore, Mr. Tennant noted that West Mersey, in order to retain its special qualities and unique contribution to Colchester Borough, and to deliver the beauty it offers to visitors and support the tourist industry, which is important to the local economy, must be allowed to grow and develop, or else there will be insufficient staff and support for its continued success. Ms. Falkin agreed that the number of households reported on the housing waiting register, 3,009, households that is, seemed like a lot of people. She also accepted that during the planned period, more would join the register, that not all developments would provide the policy required, 30% affordable housing level in the emerging plan, whereas the appeal scheme did so, and therefore would assist in clearing the waiting register. Whilst reference was made to the 2012 framework permitting market signals to be considered, and if necessary an adjustment made to the OAN, it was not the council's case that this had taken place for the Colchester plan-making process at any stage. The local needs survey, the survey commissioned for the neighbourhood plan, identifies the concerns respondents have with affordability and stock availability suitable for their needs. In addition, a low proportion of households renting from the local council or a housing association is 4%, which combined with the expressed local demand for this, which is 18%, an extensive housing register waiting list in the borough as a whole, indicates a shortage of affordable housing supply in the neighbourhood, which prevents young families and other groups living there. Overall, the survey provides a strong confirmation of the supply and demand analysis set out above and given in evidence by Mr. Tennant. Conclusion on housing need. Local housing needs are going unmet in Western Mersey in relation to both market and affordable housing. The allocations and the neighbourhood plan do not address this need. This is of detriment to both the people in the surrounding area and to the vitality, viability and vibrancy of West Mersey itself. The appeal proposal's contribution to meeting this need is a weighty material consideration in favour of the scheme. And in conclusion on the housing matter, sir, the council is unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, which not only engages the tilted balance in policy terms, but in the real world means there is a need to boost housing supply beyond that provided through the local and neighbourhood plan process. It means that if needs are not met with a significant boost to the supply of housing, a plethora of social and economic consequences will exert unhappy force on West Mersey and the wider Colchester borough area. Regardless of whether the 5-year housing land supply is in deficit or just marginal, the housing need evidence provided by Mr. Tennant compellingly demonstrates that in West Mersey in particular, there is a strong basis for increasing the supply of housing. So I don't know whether you're proposing to take a short break during the course of the afternoon. I'm happy to continue if you prefer. Sorry, sir, I think you're muted.
Yes, we could take a short break now. So it's 22 minutes past 2. If we could adjourn until 2:35.
If you please, sir. Thank you.
Okay,
we're doing well for time.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Adjourned. Thank you. Okay, it's 2:35 and the inquiry is resumed.
Thank you, sir. Going then, if I may, to what we defined as issue 2, that's the effect of the development on the character and appearance of the area, including the effect on the setting of heritage assets. So I'll deal with the issues in play in this order. Firstly, landscape, then heritage, if I may. The illustrative layout of the site provided with the appeal documentation was designed with landscape and heritage considerations forefront in mind. As to landscape, the appeal site holds similar capacity on landscape grounds for inclusion within the settlement extent as the 2 sites were afforded an allocation in the emerging local plan. That's to say the Dawes Lane and Brierley Paddocks. The appeal scheme was only held to be materially harmful in landscape terms and contrary to local plan policies because it was not afforded such allocation. Although there would be an effect on users of the public right-of-way, this would be very localised to close distance views experienced by users of this route for a short distance only, and is capable of being mitigated through planting, as can be seen from the illustrative layout plan. The development would differ from a very short section of the houses on East Road that are linear, but would accord with the majority of the development nearby, which is deeper suburb development. And indeed, by looking at appendix by the figure 2 to appendix 3 of the landscape proof of Alan Cox, one I apprehend that's perhaps the best plan to look at in this context. Now, in terms of landscape planning policy, the site lies outside the settlement boundary and therefore by default within the coastal protection belt, as afforded protection under policies DP23, CSE NV1 and emerging local plan ENV2. Although the site falls within the coastal protection belt, it meets only one of the aspects of that criteria in that it is open and undeveloped out of the 3 possible criteria, as it does not have coastal or estuarine characteristics. As can be seen from Brierley Paddocks and Dawes Lane sites, where a site is brought forward for allocation, it will be moved out of the coastal protection belt and into the settlement boundary. Let's say settlement boundary will be extended to encompass it. The appeal site was, however, included as a potential area of settlement expansion in the Colchester Settlement Boundary Review, which is a core document at 5.10. Part of the evidence base for the emerging local plan, and the site is also within an area of landscape which is described as having potential capacity for urban expansion in the evidence base. Furthermore, it scored the same RAG rating in the sustainability appraisal as the 2 sites which were allocated in West Mersey. It's therefore reasonable to assume it holds similar merits as these other sites in landscape terms, and there is no inherent value or feature of the appeal site which gives it a higher sensitivity. If capacity of the other 2 sites was deemed insufficient, it would have been considered further. No study or assessment, including Ms. Bailey's, are sought to say the site has no capacity for residential development. Now, in terms of the landscape context, the site description of the visual appraisal. The site is open, laid to pasture, but has not been in agricultural use for some time, with evidence of recreational use more recently. Ms. Bailey described it as pastoral, quote, in a technical sense, and accepted it is, quote, a rural edge. But Mr. Cox considers it now be peri-urban on account of no longer being agricultural in use and being bounded on 3 sides by residential properties and their gardens. Ms. Bailey accepted that the land immediately to the east is a garden with swimming pool, gazebo structure and other residential paraphernalia, with a large area of hard standing to the south of the site, between the site and the right of way, public right of way. And so you'll recall all of that from our detailed site visit. You'll also recall the very subtle slope across the site from north to south. Indeed, when walking the site, one's perception was that the slope was scarcely noticeable. It's a very gentle slope. The proposed development and illustrative scheme. The scheme proposes retention of the existing boundary hedges through the Section 106 agreement and further planting as per the illustrative layout plan. It also proposes the creation of public open space toward the southwestern side of the site, as well as a green attenuation area and the linking of open space within the site and a footpath to the public right-of-way. The precise detail of matters such as the placement of hedgerows, planting and layout of the scheme to respect and protect the existing landscaping would be decided at reserved matter stage, as the council accepts. Although Ms Bailey seemed to suggest she doubted the effectiveness of the proposed protection and planting, the council's committee report in relation to the scheme said this issue would not form part of a reason for refusal because it could be dealt with at reserved matter stage, informed by an arboricultural impact assessment. In terms of the reasons for refusal, these relate to settlement boundary and openness, landscape character, views and visual amenity, and the surrounding development pattern. Dealing with those in turn, if I may, sir, settlement boundary and openness. This has been discussed already above. The sites have similar suitability to two allocated sites, and once a site lies outside of the settlement boundary, it's largely surrounded by existing residential development and is in an area in the east of the settlement that has been specifically identified for future growth. As noted above, the site is already screened with hedgerows, and the appellant proposes protection through the Section 106 agreement of existing vegetation and a scheme of further planting to bolster the hedgerows. As to landscape character, it was agreed between the witnesses that the site has medium sensitivity overall, based on assessment of landscape value and susceptibility to change. In accordance with the landscape character assessment, E1, Ms Bailey's position that the site has coastal or estuarine characteristics because it is on an island and regardless of its lack of coastal views is with respect strained. Whereas Mr Cox's assessment focused on views from public viewpoints of the site itself within the broader landscape context. Again, the change in character as a result of the appeal proposal largely flows from the fact that the site was not allocated in the local plan process. In terms of views and visual amenity, although there are just about glimpsed views of the sea from the site, this is not publicly accessible, so is of little importance in landscape assessment terms. Most of the view is screened by vegetation, and it's not recognised as an important view in the neighbourhood plan, whereas some views specifically are, such as one just to the south of the site looking south. Similarly, views from adjoining private land, e.g. the dwellings along Cross Lane, are self-evidently not public views and are therefore of lesser significance, as Mr Cox explains in his main proof of evidence in paragraph 4.5. As noted, there's landscaping screening proposed to the south of the site, which after a few years will provide considerable mitigation of the effect of the views from the public right-of-way. Any development on greenfield land will have an effect on surrounding viewpoints. Mr Cox set out his opinion that the views from the right-of-way of the site, public right-of-way of the site, that's viewpoint 10, is only of medium sensitivity because it's not currently a view of unbroken countryside, but of existing housing development across a small field. It's also noted that the private public right-of-way will also encounter a more significant change in surroundings from the development of Brayley Paddocks slightly further to the south towards the coast. The consequence is that adverse effect is moderate, not major, and would diminish over time through the planting proposed on the large landscape buffer proposed in the illustrative layout plan. Given the congruence of the proposed development at the appeal site with that which surrounds it, Ms Bailey's assessment that adverse effects from this viewpoint would be major adverse is an exaggeration. Major adverse would be something where the scale of development was novel and of a different order, e.g., for example, several stories high in an area which was previously of higher landscape sensitivity. In terms of impact on the wider landscape, because the site is relatively small, these will be small. Ms. Bailey has selectively used the guidance on landscape and visual impact assessment to emphasise the severity of landscape effects in her evidence by only concentrating on the effects directly on the site and its proximity, rather than the overall effect on the surrounding landscape. She's altered her conclusion on magnitude of change when considering landscape effects on the wider landscape between her main proof and rebuttal proof from medium to low. It therefore follows, in accordance with GLVIA, given that the landscape sensitivity of the site is medium, and that's a matter now agreed between the parties, that the effect on the surrounding landscape would be minor adverse. This effect cannot therefore be regarded as harmful. In oral evidence, although not in written evidence, Ms. Bailey sought to criticise the effect of the scheme on the garden of the pub and views from there. But this was an entirely new point, which was made with no reference to visualisations or photographs. In any event, the separation between the pub and the appeal site by existing planting will be strengthened with vegetation protection and further planting. As noted below, the council did not object to or criticise the pub extension on any grounds, including landscape and heritage. The visualisations provided for the appeal comply with the landscape and visual impact assessment guidance and seek to address issues raised in the reasons for refusal and were not agreed with the council on account of the short timescale involved in preparing the appeal evidence. Ms. Bailey sought to criticise this, but when questioned, was not able to clearly say which viewpoints were, in her opinion, missed out. Nevertheless, 14 viewpoints have been provided to assist the inquiry, which Mr. Cox considered to be a reasonable number and variety. Ms. Bailey, for her part, provided Google Street View images and some taken with her own mobile phone, neither of which accord with the LVIA guidance. The point about linear development pattern, the development would differ from the short section of houses on East Road that are linear, but this is of little concern as there is only a very short section of East Road where the houses are arranged in a solely linear fashion. As Mr. Cox explains, it's only east of the Fox that the development pattern becomes truly linear and dispersed. Everywhere to the west of the site has a development pattern that consists of deeper mixed age suburbs rather than single linear development. Ms. Bailey offered no evidence on this point, detailed or otherwise. In terms of third-party objections, the matters raised by third parties are largely covered in substance in relation to the council's reasons for refusal. And Mr. Cox gives a full and detailed response to these in his main proof. That's the main proof at paragraphs 38 to 41. In conclusion on landscape matters, sir, overall the appeal site holds similar capacity on landscape grounds for inclusion within the settlement extends to the two sites that were afforded an allocation in the emerging local plan. The appeal scheme was only held to be materially harmful in landscape terms and contrary to local plan policies because it was not afforded this allocation. Of course, it will be changed because the appeal proposal involves development on a greenfield site. But in the present case, this is one of only moderate importance and sensitivity in the wider landscape context, which is the crucial issue in contrast to Ms. Bailey's narrow focus on one single viewpoint. There will be some effect on a very short section of the public right-of-way, but this will be substantially mitigated in the medium term through planting. Overall, the landscape effects are what one would expect from a well-contained greenfield infill site on a settlement boundary, and not such as to merit refusal of the scheme. Turning now from Mesa to heritage, the council's reason for refusal identifies less than substantial harm to numbers 114 to 116 East Road, known as the Garden Cottage. It's the listed building. Its common ground, the level of harm is at the low end of the scale. Then the first of the authorities, I'm not going to take you to these authorities, so I'm just going to give you they're in the bundle of authorities that was supplied. I'll just refer to the relevant paragraphs, if I may, because the points in question are summarised in the body of our written closing submissions. So then in the Crown on the application of the Forge Field Society in Sevenoaks District Council makes clear that less than substantial harm does not need to be given the same weight as substantial harm, and also that harm to a listed building or a conservation area is not irrefutable. It can be outweighed by the benefits powerful enough to do so. That's the first of the cases in that small bundle of authorities, and the relevant paragraph is paragraph 49 within the judgment, sir. And then the next case to which we refer is Jones and Mordew. Generally, a decision maker who's worked through the paragraphs of the framework in accordance with their terms ought to have complied with the statutory duties set out in the 1990 Act. That's at paragraph 28 of Jones and Mordew. Now, Mr. Cairns accepted that Mr. Griffiths had made a very thorough assessment of the listed building. The relevant heritage planning policy, the reason for refusal refers to policy DP14, also relevant is ENV1 and UR2, part 1 of the local plan policies, SP1 and SP7, draft local plan, part 2, ENV1 and OV2, subject to a main modification, DM16, and emerging, that should be DM15 and DM16. Should be DM15 and DM16, sir. Also subject to main modification and emerging neighbourhood plan WN26. Section 16 of the framework is applicable and sets out national policy on heritage matters. There's no issue of discrepancy between national and local policy here. So turning to the heritage assets, identification of the listed building and the description of significance. The substance of significance here is derived from the building's construction. A vernacular timber frame, which one cannot see. Featherboarding is more recent. Historic plan form of the building is of significance. Originally 3 buildings, as Mr. Griffiths believes. There's therefore some evidence of the building evolving over time, which is of interest. Traditional detailing contributes to special interest and importance. Mr. Cairns accepted that, quote, the primary significance arises from fabric and built form and materials. These aspects of significance would not be affected by the appeal scheme because that is bound up with its building material constitution. These aspects would be preserved because there's no direct impact on the building itself. When the building was listed in 1982, any association with the appeal site through ownership had long since been dissolved. This association is only preserved through documentary evidence, which of course would not be destroyed or eroded through the appeal scheme. As Mr. Cairns for the council accepted, there was no functional evidence to show any particular relationship other than contextual. The listed building's connection with the appeal site is very tenuous because of the severing effect on development of the pub car park to the west side, which, as Mr. Cairns stated, is, quote, not ideal. The presence of residential buildings to the south, which have always been there. The primary setting is a view from the front-facing East Road. The setting, then, and the contribution made to significance. In accordance with the Historic England GPA 3 guidance, any contribution the site does make to the significance of the listed building is not a key aspect of it. The contribution is minor and there's no relevant historic association between the two. The listed building can be seen from the southwest of the appeal site, very obliquely indeed, with the Fox Public House extension in the foreground and much other development surrounding, meaning the small visible flank of the listed building can scarcely be picked out, let alone appreciated. This only goes to show the limited contributions to significance made by the appeal site. These views are in any event largely not publicly available, so the loss of the views would not harm significance, given the view is already partially occluded. Mr. Griffiths at figures 21 and 22 set out the view corridor where there is some intervisibility, which, as can be seen, is narrow. The illustrative layout has been modelled around that view in terms of building height. In terms of the view from East Road, the appeal site can be seen in a view containing the listed building through the hedge next to the extension to the Fox Public House and across the car park. The parked cars, tarmac and Fox Public House outdoor paraphernalia has an urbanising effect on the immediate setting of the listed building, which is much more sensitive than the wider and more distant setting represented by the appeal site. Where the car park currently is, there was previously a building for many years which would have blocked views from East Road toward the site, taking in the listed building. This means the importance of that view is not critical to understanding the historic interest of the listed building. On the other hand, there is a field opposite number 118, which is the further east along the road, the property with the very long garden. The field opposite number 18, which is co-visible with the listed building. And there is still a sense of semi-rural context, an area where one can see and appreciate the listed building, and this will not be eroded by the appeal scheme. So it is not the case that the appeal scheme would result in the last severing of the rural context of the listed building. Turning to the contribution of the appeal site to significance, the notion that the appeal site is a crucial part of the setting is undermined by the fact that the council permitted the extension to the Fox Public House, the rearwards extension of the Fox Public House in the car park in 2017, which is a rather plain and unsubtle building that serves to enclose the car park and listed building and obscure greenery from the view from East Road. Now, the council raised no objection in heritage or landscape terms to this extension, which is in the immediate setting of the listed building, and by any account has a considerably more direct effect on the significance of the listed building as compared to the appeal site. Mr. Cairn sought to deprecate the extension during the roundtable session, but the fact remains that the council raised no objection whatsoever to its construction in heritage or other terms. The effect of the appeal scheme on setting and impact on significance. The illustrative site layout and embedded mitigation. The illustrative layout plan as presented in evidence has taken into account the likelihood of the development to affect the setting and has been amended in order to minimize that impact. The key view pertinent to establishing significance can really only be seen in the arc of sight between the Fox Inn and the listed building itself from East Road. Where housing has the potential to intrude on those views, the height of houses, as shown, is lowered, bungalows and garages, so that any intrusion on that view is very limited, showing how design, scale and massing can be adapted. Visualization viewpoint 7 in the appellant's landscape visualizations gives an indication of this. In addition, the illustrative layout plan shows the retained planting and addition of new planting, which will serve to soften the impact of the new development further, including on the north of the site closest to the Fox Inn and the listed building. Appropriate materials and good design in the control of the council through reserved matters could lower the level of any residual harm, or indeed introduce positive elements to the setting. This all shows that mitigation of effect is possible at reserved matters stage. And whilst there's some amplification of built form in the view from East Road, it doesn't noticeably change the sense of urbanisation of the listed building. One can already see houses on Cross Lane on the west side of the site and are of the same scale and distance. There's also the potential for site boundary planting to be augmented, such that there would be screening. This shows how design and housing layout and scale can be modified to ensure the impact on what is important regarding the setting is very limited indeed and wouldn't harm its significance. The change to views of the listed building from the gate at the southwest of the site is not harmful because it is such a strained view and of such limited importance to setting. In relation to other aspects of views from East Road, there's no reason to believe they would be affected at all. There's no ability to see the site in relation to the listed building from those viewpoints. Harm to significance, Mr. Cairns thought, for the first time in oral evidence during the roundtable session, to introduce complaint about the viewpoints from the garden of the listed building and from its upper floor window and from the pub car park. These were new points not foreshadowed or hinted at in his written evidence and not backed up with any photographic or other evidence. They are, with respect, somewhat desperate and ought to be given no weight. The view from the listed building garden of the appeal site is likely to be entirely screened by the hedge in the garden. One cannot currently see the garden of the listed building from the appeal site, so one assumes the same is true vice versa from the garden. Otherwise, a scheme would, with mitigation, as shown in the illustrative layout plan, result in no harm to significance. Third-party objections, well, it's notable there are no heritage objections made by third parties. In particular, no objection from the residents of the listed building. In conclusion, in light of the steps taken to avoid or minimise harm to the heritage asset, the appeal scheme would have a neutral effect on the listed building setting and is unlikely to result in any residual harm to its significance. No other heritage assets would be affected by the appeal scheme. Accordingly, there would be preservation of the setting for the purposes of the decision maker's duty under section 66(1) of the Act, along with its significance in framework terms. As such, the appeal scheme is compliant with local and national policy relating to heritage, including policy DP14. Should you consider that a low level of residual harm remains, framework of paragraph 202 requires this to be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. This harm would be minimised through the mitigation proposed, and it's submitted that even a modest level of public benefit would be capable of overcoming the very small amount of harm that may arise, having taken into account the steps taken to minimise it. As such, there are no heritage grounds for refusing outline planning permission for the appeal scheme. Turning now, if I may, to the third issue, density and design considerations. Now, this relates to the fourth reason for refusal, which, whilst being very broadly worded, contains the following specific criticisms, which are the focus of the reason. Quote, the density of the development proposed is at odds with the prevailing character and setting of the area. And quote, that the application fails to demonstrate that the site is physically capable of accommodating the quantum of development proposed. And, quote, the proposal will result in a cramped development of substandard design. The second of those statements seems no longer applicable because the illustrative layout plan demonstrates the site is physically capable of accommodating 56 dwellings. The remaining criticisms can be resolved straightforwardly by reference to the nearby recent Wellhouse Avenue development, which was approved by the council, not on appeal, and it is of a higher density and which the council acknowledged achieves good design. And at outline stage, it's difficult to go into further detail than asking whether a site is capable in principle of accommodating acceptable development in design terms. Policy matters are not in dispute. Relevant policies include SB7, DP1, DM15, and the framework paragraphs 124 and 130. No specific policy or design guidance requirements are claimed by Mr. Firth to be breached by the illustrative layout plan. As a matter of principle, Mr. Firth agreed that density per se was not a bad thing, that the Essex Design Guide allows for varying density and that it is a factor with implications. Mr. Firth's evidence of the implications focused on two areas: how the proposal would fit in the context of the area and design issues he said arose from the density. In relation to surrounding character and context, Mr. Firth agreed under cross-examination that the surrounding street patterns and development varies greatly in terms of character. He did not maintain under cross-examination his position that set out in his oral evidence that the appeal site is truly rural. Although Mr. Firth sought to provide further density calculations of nearby streets on the day, these were not able to be subject to testing through cross-examination, have not been verified, and appear in a number of cases to have included non-residential land within the boundary line with the effect of reducing the dwellings per hectare figure, the DPH figure. According to those calculations are not accepted as being particularly reliable or relevant. Mr. Firth accepted under cross-examination that the Dawes Lane development had more obviously rural land surrounding it and that to somebody driving to West Mersey, the Dawes Lane development will be more apparent as an extension to the settlement boundary than the appeal site. And that again is graphically illustrated if one considers figure 2 to appendix 3 to the landscape proof of Mr. Alan Cox. Of course, Wellhouse Avenue, which we walked around on the site visit, is also an edge of settlement development. Now, Mr. Firth agreed Wellhouse Avenue is part of the context of the appeal site. The Wellhouse Avenue development has a density of 35 dwellings per hectare, whereas the appeal site, what is proposed at the appeal site, is 32.5. The Wellhouse Avenue development postdates the publication of the Essex Design Guide, and although Mr. Firth suggested that somehow the policy context was now different as compared to when Wellhouse was consented in 2005, he could not isolate particular aspects of policy which had changed and would have made a difference to the Wellhouse Avenue application. He also accepted that Wellhouse Avenue demonstrated that one can deliver beautiful places at 35 dwellings per hectare, and it showed lots of traits from the Essex Design Guide. Now, contrary to what is implied in the final sentence of paragraph 73 of the Council's closing submissions, Mr. Maxwell did not agree that there were any recent revisions to the framework that would now militate against the grant of permission to Wellhouse Avenue. Mr. Firth's criticism, so far as character and context went, faltered on the fact that he did not develop any detailed townscape arguments, which considered the illustrative appeal scheme against the local townscape character. The fact is, the appeal site is surrounded on 3 sides by residential land. 2 of those sides are consistent suburban built development, whilst the 3rd is a garden with a pool and building at its end. Issues of landscape impact have been dealt with elsewhere. It was never said that a particular view of the site from within the existing settlement would give rise to harm, because it could be viewed as out of character. In that regard, it's very difficult indeed to see what possible harm is being alleged here as a result of the density proposed. To the extent that the density proposed is at the upper end, but not the highest of that found nearby, we're in the context of a housing crisis and significant unmet local need, as we've already considered. For this very reason, national policy encourages the optimization of sites' capacity. That was achieved at Wellhouse Avenue in a sympathetic and attractive way, and could be here. Some specific design questions that were debated. Mr. Firth, whose written evidence provided no detailed criticism of the illustrative layout plan, provided specific points of criticism during his oral evidence. Given the lateness of these points, there were limited assistance in getting to the heart of the matter. Nevertheless, the appellant is able to address them all. Mr. Firth accepted that these matters may be capable of resolution at reserved matter stage, and the criticism advanced are the following. He said the back-to-back distances were marginal. However, all are complying with standards as he agreed. Only one is at the minimum, insofar as there is claimed to be limited scope for variation to layout or mitigation. It's already been seen how the layout plan has been altered to mitigate heritage and landscape issues, showing there is sufficient flexibility to allow for any tweaks that are desirable at reserved matter stage. The illustrative layout plan shows one possibility, but not the only way of arranging the site. It was suggested that next he suggested not facing onto the rural edge. Now, the rural edge is the southern side of the site, and the houses there do face onto the rural edge, bearing in mind also that the existing and proposed landscape buffer at that southern edge. To the east is a residential garden with a private swimming pool, pool house and deck chairs. It was not considered by the appellant to be appropriate to deliberately design the scheme facing onto that garden for privacy reasons. Nevertheless, the council could request this at reserved matter stage, and no doubt consider any consultation responses received, especially from those living at number 118. Then it was said that the rear parking court is facilitated by what was described as an alleyway. Well, this is a design feature just the same as at Brearley Paddocks, as we saw. as was discussed during oral evidence, and it's not a cause for concern. In any event, the estate road could be joined up to amend this if desired at the reserved matter stage. And the point was made about lack of visitor parking, but as was agreed, the ECC parking standards guide allows for visitors unallocated parking to be located at the curbside within the estate, subject to appropriate design. This would be accommodated on the wide estate road at any number of points. It was another matter where, when pushed, Mr. Firth agreed it could potentially be ironed out at the reserved matter stage. He then made reference to modest dwelling footprints. This is a difficult point to understand or respond to, since Mr. Firth did not show his calculations or methodology, but just asserted his conclusions orally. In any event, even were Mr. Firth's calculations correct, which is not accepted, but simply cannot be tested reliably, the figures he cited showed very small shortfalls in the sizes compared to the national design standards, and adjustments could easily be made at reserved matter stage. When pushed, Mr. Firth was not able to say whether or not at reserved matters the nationally described space standards would or would not be met. On that basis alone, this is not a matter that can seriously support a reason for refusal of an outline scheme. And then he made reference to lack of landscaping. But in our submission, on the contrary, the scheme is shown as replete with protected and new landscaping features, protected through the Section 106 agreement and subject to further opportunities at reserved matter stage. Again, Mr. Firth accepted the possibility of dealing with this as at reserved matters stage, at the reserved matter stage. In conclusion, so there's no density or design concerns which prevent the granting of online permission, of outline permission for this appeal scheme. As Mr. Ryan noted, development at this density potentially could be beautiful, and this could be dealt with at reserved matters. Turning now, if I may, sir, to main issue 4, which is the effect of the development on highway safety. There are broadly 2 alternative strands to the access options for the scheme, which it must be recorded at the outset as an outline and not a full application, with all matters reserved, including access. There's what we refer to as option A, access utilising visibility across the frontage of number 104 or 104A East Road, in accordance with planning condition 9 to the permission for those dwellings. And there's option B, stroke option C, which both involve traffic calming schemes that enable the visibility displays, which enable the required visibility displays. Such schemes to be fully funded by the appellant. Relevant policy is not in dispute and is set out in Mr. Williamson's written evidence. The following overarching matters of common ground should be noted. Firstly, appropriate visibility is agreed with the County Council as 2.4 metres by 43 metres, given the 30-mile-per-hour speed limit on East Road. Secondly, an offset position from the near side curve is agreed with the County Council as appropriate. Option A shows 0.36 metres as the offset. Manual for the streets guidance states an offset of up to 1 metre is appropriate. Thirdly, the required visibility is physically available across the frontage of 104, 104A, which has no permanent built development. Fourthly, the required visibility is provided in the option B/C schemes. East Road, fifthly, the East Road is classified as other road in the County Council's roads, in the County Council's roads hierarchy. This is the lowest of the 3 classifications of county highway. Then first, if I may, to option A, sir, it's important to recall the precise wording of condition 9 in respect to the planning permission for 104, 104A. There shall be no obstruction greater in height than 600 millimetres above the adjacent carriageway within a site splay measuring 120 by 2.4 metres, where the new drive meets the highway as far as is achievable within the site, reason in the interest of highway safety. And Appendix C to Mr. Williamson's main proof shows the required visibility displays for number 104, 104A in accordance with its planning permission, shaded in green. The area required for the display for the appeal site is shaded orange, and it can be seen that the orange hatched area lies completely within the visibility splay for the driveway at the western side of numbers 104, 104A, and is a considerably smaller sliver of land. Since the splay for the appeal site lies entirely within the splay required for numbers 104 and 104A, it can be relied upon as a clear splay that is available. Turning to the enforceability of condition 9, submitted that condition 9 remains enforceable and the council's position to the contrary is unsustainable and not considered responsible, given that condition 9 was imposed for the purposes of highway safety, must have passed the relevant tests for a lawful planning condition, and therefore, as Mr. Mason agreed, is necessary for highway safety. And indeed, the reason for its imposition was stated to be in the interests of highway safety. The apparent unwillingness to enforce this important condition, which the council themselves considered necessary, is unreasonable in the circumstances. But unfortunately, it appears that this position has been adopted more to provide grist to the mill to the objection to the appeal scheme than in a dispassionate exercise of the council's duties as local planning authority. As a matter of principle, the issue of control over visibility splays is evidently not an absolute requirement, since vehicles may lawfully be parked on the public highway on a stretch at any road junction with no parking restrictions in such a way as to obstruct visibility. And in such cases, these vehicles will be discounted for the purposes of assessing whether there are acceptable splays available, as confirmed by Mr. Mason, since they will be considered transitory obstructions. See, for example, the Dawes Lane junction, which shows just this type of obstruction. Mr. Mason said he would consider them transitory even if they're parked on the street for long periods, because they belong to nearby houses with no in-curtilage parking. As Mr. Williamson pointed out, there's little conceptual distinction between the assumptions one would make as to common land, where there is an exception as to how it will be used, which can be protected by legal means if necessary, and the forecourt, which is protected by the planning condition. There's no difference to cars parked at the forecourt of numbers 104, 104A, which, as can be seen from the images that are most, are most transitory obstructions. In fact, the situation is considerably better on the forecourt, since, unlike an unrestricted section of highway near a junction, the council retains control to prevent obstruction through planning enforcement. The complaint made by the council that relying on their enforcement action is not satisfactory is a bad point. Visibility displays will always be based on assumptions about people following the law and not breaking it. And there will always need to be some reliance on an expectation that enforcement action will be taken where necessary. For example, by the police, where a highway is being unlawfully obstructed. Such enforcement mechanisms exist to be used where required and should be relied upon as such. Fundamentally, as Mr. Maxwell said in his evidence in chief, in many areas one needs to and should rely on conditions being followed and enforced, especially where they relate to highway safety. In the case of the caravan, as Mr. Mason accepted from reviewing the diagram, the caravan is at present right up against the edge of the visibility display for the appeal site and does not appear, in fact, to be blocking it. In terms of the legal propositions in this regard, it's trite planning law that breaches of planning control, in order to count towards an immunity period, must be continuous in respect of the particular breach. If not, then each particular breach will start a new 4 or 10-year period running. It will ultimately be a matter of judgment on the evidence, whether there are gaps in occasions when the breach was being carried on, and whether it is still the same breach. As set out by Robin Purchase QC in the Nicholson case, and the reference, this is the authority which is the third authority in the bundle of authorities, sir. The reference given here in our written closing submissions, it's not in fact the Journal of Planning Law. It's the copy that you have is 1998-76 Property and Compensation Report, page 191. And the quotation upon which we're relying is at page 198 of that case. But what the learned deputy judge said in that case is that there are 3 stages to judging whether enforcement action could be taken against a breach of condition. Firstly, to identify the failure to comply. Secondly, to look to see when, as a matter of fact and degree, that failure began. And thirdly, to decide whether a period of 10 years has since expired in relation to the same breach. And we also rely on the case of St. Anselm Development and the first Secretary of State. The version that you have in your bundle, it's the 4th case in the bundle, is 2004 Journal of Planning Law, page 34 at page 43. So the reference there is, whilst that's a neutral citation, the copy you have in the bundle is, let's say, 2004 Journal of Planning Law, page 34. And the reference to which we are referring is at page 43, in which Mr. Justice Sullivan held in a case related to restrictions on the use of parking spaces, although the first breach was more than 10 years ago, each particular breach should be considered individually, and where they were less than 10 years ago could be enforced against. And so in the case of this, the area in front of the numbers 104 and 104A, it's quite clearly from the aerial photographs, it's quite clear that the breaches vary over time, but each time a car is parked where it ought not to be parked is a separate breach. And then the evidence as to the breach of condition 9, in asserting a breach to have occurred continuously so as to make it immune from enforcement action, a positive case must be established with evidence that the condition has been breached for the requisite period. And it's the council's positive case to make on this point. It hasn't done so, and indeed it's apparent can't do so. It was clear from the evidence in chief and under cross-examination that Mr. Ryan had fundamentally misunderstood condition 9, its precise terms, and consequently what would constitute a breach. Condition 9 prevents obstruction above a certain height in a certain location. That's to say that the area of the display. Makes no reference to parking nor cars, as Mr. Ryan agreed. It's entirely possible to park a car in the forecourt of numbers 104, 104A in such a way as not to obscure display and therefore not breach condition 9. And so one example is at CD 10.3, the PDF on page 4. That's the aerial view from April 2010. Mr. Ryan's evidence in chief for the council was that the condition had been breached continuously because the forecourt had been used for parking continuously for 10 years. However, Mr. Ryan agreed the photographic evidence he provided, that's at core document 10.3, showed only 3 instances where there was a clear obstruction of display and so breach of the condition over a 15-year period. He speculated that other evidence might show more breaches, but he did not provide any such evidence nor say that it exists. Mr. Wheeler, the owner of number 101 East Road, submitted a proof of evidence confirming there has not been a continuous breach of condition 9 for 10 years. And although this evidence was not tested through cross-examination, it has not been challenged by the council on it. The photographs do not demonstrate continuity of breach of condition 9. To the extent they show some parking taking place on the forecourt, that is not itself a breach as agreed. It should also be recalled that the aerial photographs provided show vehicles continuing to use parking in the rear of 104, 104A as per the planning permission. And Mr. Ryan agreed that the posts on the forecourt on numbers 104, 104A had the effect of preventing vehicles parking close to the curb on the eastern part of the forecourt. Under cross-examination, Mr. Ryan said that what the photos show is a parking forecourt set out for parking with no obstructions to prevent parking and show instances of parking within the forecourt. Not continuous, but a position where breach could occur. Photos show a snapshot taken within the day. The reasonable person would simply park their car on the front. Simple to park on the front. It doesn't happen in all of the photographs. Doesn't need to happen in all of them for the breach to be continuous. In this instance, the forecourt is set out for that purpose. That was what Mr. Ryan said. The layout of the forecourt for parking, if that is what the hard standing is to be described as, which is itself not clear cut, does not constitute a breach of a condition. So a position where breach could occur is not the same as evidence of a breach occurring. A potential breach of planning control is not an actual breach and cannot contribute to immunity periods. Mr. Ryan went further still. He suggested a certificate of lawfulness would likely be granted on the basis of the evidence before us, and because the council had no evidence to dispute unenforceability. This is implausible on Mr. Ryan's own evidence. There's only evidence of 3 breaches in the 15 years of photographs, with the remainder of the photographs positively demonstrating no breach. And his position is not a reasonable one. As during the course of the appeal, the evidence undermining his position in relation to condition 9 has got stronger, unfortunately his position has only become more intransigent and insistent. This does not assist with ascertaining a true picture of matters. There is thus unfortunately a question as to Mr. Ryan's ability to independently give an expert view on enforceability for the benefit of the inquiry. Also, given his intimate involvement with the refusal of the scheme in relation to the other issues. Mr. Ryan also fundamentally misunderstood the appeal scheme, which is surprising as he was a case officer. He stated that he considered that using option A would be unreasonable because it does not meet the tests, so can't be imposed. This is to misunderstand. Option A does not involve the imposition of any new condition, let alone a condition over third-party land. It simply involves reliance upon a condition which already exists, was imposed by the council, and for the same important purpose of highway safety, and which the evidence demonstrates is enforceable. Turning though to options B and C, in the light of the council and the county's position in respect of option A, it was decided to propose an alternative site action option. Site access options wouldn't be necessary if the council would enforce condition 9, but as I say, in light of the stance they've been taking, option B and C have been proposed. Now, options B and C involve the access artery shifted to the west by a small distance, some 3 meters. The use of some land from number 100 East Road, for which an option agreement has been entered into, and traffic calming measures and creation of a footway to enable the required visibility displays without any need to refer to the land, that hard standing in front of 104 and 104A. There's been some criticism of this option agreement, but the core option agreement, which is the core document 11.16, gives the developer total control over the small piece of land necessary to secure the west-facing visibility display. The fact that the option is limited in time to the 31st of December 2023 is entirely irrelevant. And indeed, such a time limit is the case with most such options. The developer is able to exercise the option prior to its expiry or to negotiate its extension. And as such has total control over that small piece of land at the corner of number 100. And the cost of exercising the option, which you're aware of, sir, but which is not in the public domain, would be a small matter in the context of this planning application taken as a whole. Option B then was put forward during the course of preparation for the inquiry, and a number of representations were received. And as this is a reserved matter, any further developed scheme would be put out to consultation as part of the reserved matters application. Matters of principle then, as shown from the traffic speed survey undertaken by the appellant in January, traffic speeds have been proven to be above the posted speed limit, that's say 34 miles per hour, as opposed to 30 for this part of East Road, providing a clear evidential base for traffic calming. Mr. Williamson observed that if the speed survey was repeated in lighter months, it was likely the exceedance would be greater still. Speeding on this section of road is a clear concern of local residents, as can be seen from representations made in relation to the appeal scheme. And oral representations during the inquiry by the owner of number 118 East Road, whose property is very close to the speed change. Mr. Mason seemed to suggest this was not a sufficient exceedance of the posted speed limit to deserve traffic calming measures, but he provided no policy guidance or example of other decisions which justified this stance, that there was a definitive threshold. The question of whether traffic calming is necessary in highway terms is not a simple hard-edged question, as the council sought to imply. There's no specific policy test of safety threshold where one becomes strictly necessary. Rather, will in every case be a matter of judgment. As part of creating access to new developments, an element of change will almost inevitably be required to existing highway. There's nothing unusual here. It's a reason why Section 278 agreements exist. Local highway authorities will often require elements of traffic amelioration or calming to ensure safe access. And whilst these may have a cost in terms of changing the existing situation on the public highway, this is normal and part of the give and take and evolution required of highways provided for use by the public. Neither Mr. Williamson nor Mr. Mason could point to any policy restricting the use of traffic calming in connection with residential development. Nor did Mr. Mason say he had never encountered the use of traffic calming to enable safe access to new development. Mr. Williamson gave examples of schemes he had worked on, including a recent scheme in Kent, where a shuttle like that proposed in option C was used with the agreement of Kent County Council. Now, the options presented. Mr. Mason's evidence here is coloured by the fact that he did not appreciate access to be a reserved matter, but took the position, contrary to that of the council, that the layout of the access arrangement had to be determined at outline stage, and that there is no room for further iterative design evolution of the access arrangements at reserved matter stage. That's wrong. All the appellant need demonstrate at the outline stage is that an acceptable arrangement could be delivered in principle. The final details will necessarily come at the reserved matter stage, along with those for other matters reserved. This misunderstanding explains to a degree Mr. Mason's somewhat forensic objections to the details of the options B and C schemes put forward. Nevertheless, Mr. Mason agreed under cross-examination that if you were to find the scheme acceptable and to grant permission, he would continue to work with the appellant to find an agreeable solution to the traffic calming scheme, enabling the visibility displays required. He did not say he would refuse to do so, nor at any point did he say that it would be impossible to find an acceptable solution in highways terms that included the traffic calming scheme. He agreed that ultimately the risk in terms of needing to continue discussions over the access arrangements at reserved matter stage fell on the developer, and so that is entirely appreciated. A granting condition has been put forward for consideration. The required lawfulness threshold for likelihood of the desired result being achieved is a low one. Such conditions should not be used where there is no prospect at all of the action in question being performed within the time limit imposed by the Commission. But because the risk is on the developer, it is lawful to grant permission pursuant to a granting condition, even when there's no reasonable prospects that the event will occur. Of course, in our case, there is a reasonable prospect, but the reference here is to the British Railways Board case, which is the fifth case in the bundle, and it's at paragraph 38 of the judgment. A would-be developer may be faced with difficulties of many different kinds in the way of site assembly or securing the discharge of restrictive covenants. If he considers that it's in his interest to secure planning permission, notwithstanding the existence of such difficulties, it's not for the planning authority to refuse it simply on their view of how serious the difficulties are. I mean, it's simply a reflection so that the onus is on the developer and the risk is on the developer. And so that a granting condition of the kind that is being proposed here would be lawful and eminently appropriate. And as we say, the use of such a condition in the present case is justified. There are, in this case, clear prospects of an acceptable scheme being agreed. a condition can be reasonably formulated and applied to the planning permission so as to preclude development coming forward until a finalised scheme is agreed and carried into effect, and that has indeed now been achieved, sir, as you know, in the relevant condition. Just going to the options in detail. So option B, which is shown at Appendix G to Mr. Williamson's main proof, proposing traffic calming chicanes to East Road between the existing gateway and the speed limit change 120 metres east of the appeal site and the junction of East Road with Dawes Lane and Cross Lane situated 100 metres to the west of the appeal site. This chicane would allow visibility space to the east of the appeal site access to be measured to a point near the centre of the existing road carriageway, avoiding the land at 104-104A East Road. A road safety audit was undertaken by an independent road safety auditor in accordance with relevant guidance, and the results are set out in Mr. Williamson's main proof. However, thereafter, in response to comments from Mr. Mason and third parties, Mr. Williamson produced option C. Now, this involves a narrow carriageway shuttle section, which would enable a pedestrian footway on the south side, together with a curb drop crossing near the Fox Inn. As with option B, it would provide an acceptable visibility display, as acknowledged by Mr. Mason. As with option B, it would be fully funded with a commuted sum provided in respect of the ongoing maintenance costs. Mr. Mason agreed that option C overcomes a number of his concerns with option B, as well as those raised by the landlady of the Fox Inn. A traffic calming scheme would provide wider benefits, that's to say, beyond simply ensuring the requisite visibility displays, as discussed in the inquiry. Firstly, it would slow vehicles along East Road. Secondly, much improved visibility for numbers 104, 104A, which at present is substandard to the left, since it's blocked by the wall of number 102, which Mr. Mason noted would be a benefit. Thirdly, a footway connection to the Fox Inn and a safer pedestrian crossing of East Road, which Mr. Mason agreed would be a good thing, as the existing situation gives rise to highway safety concerns. Fourthly, considerably improved visibility for vehicles exiting the Fox Inn car park, which Mr. Mason agreed was a significant issue at present. It's essentially, vehicles exiting the Fox Inn car park have no visibility to the left. Fifthly, improved street lighting along East Road, which Mr. Mason accepted was a benefit. All outstanding concerns can all be addressed as part of the iterative evolution of the scheme at reserved matters. Concern was expressed as the vehicles turning right out of the appeal site and whether there might be conflict with westbound traffic and that they might not be able to see the give way sign. Mr. Williamson's evidence shows that a maximum of 20 departures from the appeal site are expected during the busiest AM peak hour, equivalent to 1 every 3 minutes. Most would be expected to turn left towards West Mersey Centre or turn left in order to access the mainland via Dawes Lane. There would therefore be very little likelihood of interaction with any vehicles coming westbound or leaving the Fox Inn, which is unlikely to result in many movements during peak hours in any event, and conflicting movements in the single lane section proposed as part of the option C highway scheme. In any event, as Mr. Williamson noted, vehicles leaving the site turning right would, as they pull out, be able to see a significant distance and to the give way line and beyond. There is therefore plenty of time to stop before committing to the road if a vehicle is already coming in a westerly direction or emerging from the Fox Inn public house. Contrary to what is there stated, Mr. Williamson did not agree to the proposition set out in paragraphs 86 and 87 of the council's closing submissions. Whilst it's clear that all but one of the nearby properties on East Road benefit from in-curtilage parking, there is potential for the appeal scheme to provide extra parking on site to compensate for any loss of potential parking along East Road, resulting from options B or C, or any development of those through the iterative process that will take place during reserved matters. Mr. Mason questioned vehicle tracking and that refuse heavy goods vehicles may overrun the centre line. As Mr. Williamson noted, the site access junction has been designed in accordance with ECC guidance around geometry, which anticipates some overrun around the junction as a common feature. This is in accordance with the manual for the streets guidance at paragraph 6.3.13. The notion that the vehicles might race through the shuttle section was a late point made by Mr. Mason, which was not presented by reference to examples and not agreed by Mr. Williamson as being likely. In any event, the shuttle section is relatively short, and as a 30-mile-per-hour residential area, it's not anticipated that vehicles will seek to accelerate fast to beat a car coming in the other direction. The angle of the giveaway line for option C is perpendicular to the proposed new curb line on East Road with the footway, as required by the relevant guidance. In relation to swept path analysis, option C would be considerably more straightforward for large vehicles to negotiate than option B, C swept path for option B, since it does not involve a chicane. The precise location of drop curbs could easily be adjusted at a later design stage for the scheme, so as to best respect existing driveway entrances. Option C would not require a traffic regulation order, as can be seen from the absence of yellow line on the curb side in the diagram provided. Option B or C would interrupt traffic flow to no greater extent than the present situation when cars are parked on the north side of East Road outside the Fox. And further street lighting could easily be provided, as can be seen by the street view images of existing street lights and telegraph poles on highway land on the pavement of East Road. That's core document 11.22. No representations were made by the Council's landscape, heritage or design witnesses in relation to an increase in signage and street paraphernalia from the traffic calming schemes proposed. And although option C came late in the day, option B was available when that evidence was given. The options B and C schemes proposed would allow passage of larger vehicles up to 3.6 metres in width, which is considerably wider than permitted farm vehicles not required to be escorted. That's and that's a maximum of 2.9 metres. It was not the council's evidence that this route was used by any agricultural vehicles, let alone unusually wide ones. The only conceivable reason farm vehicles were required to use this part of East Road would be to access Cross Lane, which as you will recall, sir, from the site visit, is a very narrow single track lane that's considerably narrower than the 3.6 metres proposed for options B and C. In any event, it's understood that the farm for that land uses Waldegraves rather than East Road and Cross Lane. There's no other local agricultural destination which would need to use this part of East Road. Mr. Mason did not seek to raise this as a significant concern with the traffic calming scheme. A note was sent to Pins on behalf of Mr. Williamson and Mr. Mason on this matter. Concerns expressed by members of the public as to holiday high season traffic along East Road, but no evidence was presented of this, and notably Mr. Mason did not seek to make anything of the point. There's therefore not sufficient evidence before the inquiry to raise this as a significant concern. And of course, as previously noted, all maintenance costs would be borne by the appellant through a commuted sum. So there's nothing which renders a traffic calming scheme practically impossible, nor did Mr. Mason claim otherwise. The sole issue is whether in principle such a scheme is acceptable. Any such scheme is indicative, since access is a reserved matter, and therefore a further access scheme would be presented for discussion with the County Council, public consultation, and implemented in due course following the grant of consent to discharge that reserved matter and the proposed Grampian condition. Mr. Williamson was firmly of the view that there was a reasonable prospect of an acceptable solution being achieved in discussions with the County Council and local interested parties. So in conclusion, sir, on access and highways, it remains startling that the Council, supported by the County Council, tasked with protecting the public interest, including maintaining highway safety, on the one hand refuses to enforce a condition imposed for highway safety and also objects to a traffic calming scheme, even at this outline stage, where there is clear evidence of speeding amongst other existing safety issues. Safe access can be provided to the site by either option A, for which a condition ensuring the necessary visibility display is already in place and enforceable, or through a further development of option C, which will be a matter for ongoing discussion with the Highways Authority, County Council, and public consultation as part of the reserved matters process. Turning now, sir, if I may, to other matters raised by third parties. Matters raised by third parties have been dealt with in substance in the balance in the balance of these closing submissions. An additional point in relation to healthcare infrastructure impact and contributions was raised, but that's already been addressed. The local NHS response asked for a contribution, which the appellant has agreed to provide in the section 106 and to the satisfaction of the council. Turning finally, if I may, so to planning policy and balance. The appellant's case is that the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites, meaning that tilted balance in the framework, paragraph 11D, applies. The most important policies are therefore out of date, and there is a presumption in favour of granting permission. Neither of the exceptions to paragraph 11D apply. None of the subparagraph D1 policies are applicable in the reasons for refusal. And as to subparagraph D2, the only adverse impact of the scheme, the moderate landscape effect, is far off being able to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. In the alternative that you find the council can demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites, the position is very marginal. As you'll be well aware, the 5-year supply requirement is a minimum, and the margin of any exceedance of the 5-year supply an important material consideration, since authorities are required by government to significantly boost the supply of housing. Whether or not you find there is a shortfall or not, the position in the present case is undoubtedly marginal. In those circumstances, the compelling evidence of pressing local unmet housing need set out in Mr. Tennant's evidence provides a clear reason to boost the supply in West Mersey by granting permission in this case. And when considered against the acknowledged appropriateness of the site for residential development, the well-contained nature of the site, and lack of anything more than the moderate adverse landscape change one might expect on any edge of settlement greenfield site, the balance comes out in favour of granting permission. In terms of planning policy, the applicable policies for determining the appeal have been set out above. They're also in Mr. Forkin's proof at Appendix 1, and in Mr. Maxwell's evidence at paragraph 6.11 to 6.38. So I don't repeat them. As Ms. Forkin agreed under cross-examination, the scheme is only contrary to the presumption in favour of sustainable development if you agree with the council's evidence on landscape, heritage and design. She agreed that West Mersey is a sustainable settlement and thus a principal focus for additional growth, that the spatial strategy allows for and assumed windfalls coming forward, and that the appeal scheme would be a windfall development. She agreed that the question of local needs is a critical factor, and that if you were to prefer Mr. Tennant's evidence that there was unmet local need, there would be no conflict with, or conflict would be outweighed in relation to policies SQ1, SP2, SP3, and SS12A of the emerging plan. She accepted that the settlement boundary and the coastal protection belt was redrawn to allow for Dawes Lane and Brierley paddocks, and that if the appeal site had been allocated, it would have been included within the settlement boundary. She also noted the contents of SLAA, it's a core document 5.8, which gave the appeal site an equivalent rating to Brierley paddocks and Dawes Lane. As has already been discussed, the reason why the appeal site was not allocated appears in fact to be because sufficient capacity was deemed to have been identified at the other sites, not because the appeal site is any less suitable than the two allocated sites. Brierley paddocks and Dawes Lane are of course quite different sites. They're both larger, and the former is more sensitive in landscape terms and sits closer to the sea. The latter is again more sensitive in landscape terms and particularly exposed to views from those entering the town. As can be seen from the recent appeal decision in Torrington, there's no requirement in the framework to set settlement boundaries, and they are not a limit on development. To treat them as such is to turn minimum requirements into maximum, which is not the objective of government policy. And that's the Torrington, the appeal decision in Torrington is the final of the authorities in the bundle, sir. And it's as I say, the sixth authority in that small bundle, and it's paragraph 26 of the decision of the inspector in that case, to which I would refer you. Now, Ms. Fawkins' evidence on planning policy overemphasised the weight to be given to the emerging neighbourhood plan and local plan, which she agreed in accordance with the guidance in the former case should be given only significant, not very significant weight. Although it suggested in reason for refusal 2 that the appeal site would undermine the development plan making process, both at a borough and neighbourhood level, no evidence was advanced on this basis. National policy assumes windfall sites coming forward and expressly supports the role they can play in the objective of significantly boosting housing supply. See the framework at paragraph 69C. And this is one such site. In terms of planning balance, sir, on the tilted balance, there are no adverse effects which significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the framework as a whole. On the flat balance, the significant benefits easily point towards the grant of permission. But there are considerable benefits to be gained from this scheme. The adopted local plan has an affordable housing requirement for 20% affordable housing, whereas the appeal site will provide 30%. It's therefore going significantly beyond the minimum expectation in the context where the borough-wide housing waiting list stands at over 3,000 households. Mr. Ryan accepted that if the local need figure was 266, as per Mr. Tennant's evidence, and 30% of this, the affordable housing need, equates to 80 affordable units. Briley, Paddocks and Dawes Lane will deliver 57 affordable units between them, leaving a local shortfall over the planned period in West Mersey of 23 affordable units. These are in reality unlikely to be provided by individual small windfall sites, so that need will otherwise go unmet during the planned period. Mr. Ryan accepted that the appeal proposal's contribution of 17 units would make a significant inroad into and meaningful contribution to meeting this shortfall, which would be a, quote, significant benefit of considerable weight in the planning balance. Some elements of Mr. Ryan's assessment of planning benefits were surprising. He did not consider the protection of existing landscaping features, which presently have no protection, and proposed landscape planting to be an environmental benefit at all, nor did he consider the area of play open to the public to be beneficial. This is an unrealistic position to take, and would suggest that Mr. Ryan has not struck a realistic planning balance. Contrary to what is asserted in paragraph 105 of the council's closing submissions, the play area is of course not located within the SUDS drainage feature, but is situated quite separately in the southwestern part of the site. That's apparent from the illustrative site layout. And Mr. Ryan did not, going back to Mr. Ryan, he didn't accept the financial obligations guaranteed through the section 106 as benefits, but only as mitigations. And that's an erroneous approach, because the contributions provided will secure benefits that will be of advantage to those beyond the new residents of the appeal scheme and will benefit the community as a whole. For example, the additional school money and health contribution will serve to improve facilities qualitatively, as well as simply increasing quantitative capacity. Mr. Ryan also said that there was a conflict with the draft neighbourhood plan, because the neighbourhood plan does not contain a policy that is specific to this site. But when pointed out that the council, in consultation with stakeholders, including the town council, could require of the appeal site and reserve matters all that the neighbourhood policy for Dawes Lane requires, he agreed. The economic benefits of the scheme, through both construction and occupation, are not denied by the council and must be weighed in the balance with considerable weight given. There are also the further benefits flowing from the highways improvements as part of the traffic calming measures with options B or C, should you choose to take this route, sir. The only area of adverse effect is in landscape terms, but this is capable of mitigation over time with planting and is the same one as one would expect for any greenfield site on the edge of a settlement. This appeal site and submitted is an ideal infill edge of settlement site, bounded on 3 sides by residential land, sustainable and representing a logical rounding off of this part of the settlement. The adverse effect is not one the appellant seeks to close its eyes to, but it must be seen in the context of other interests, such as the provision of market and affordable housing, which are benefits that easily outweigh that effect. So in conclusion, and for the reasons explained and set out in our written and oral evidence, you're respectfully invited to allow the appeal and to grant, please, outline planning permission for this site. So unless I can be of any further assistance, those are my closing submissions on behalf of the appellant.
Thank you, Mr. Matthias.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. The Section 106 agreement, the final signed copy of that engrossed. When is that to be submitted?
It's proposed to do so after this hearing, sir. We've got. I don't know whether Mr. Pickles still wants his 7 days now that he's had a chance to appreciate the points I'm making, because if we want to get a timeline for the signing of the Section 106 agreement, if Mr. Pickles still wants his 7 days, then we might tie it in with that, perhaps. Yeah.
Mr. Pickles, I think you're on mute at the moment.
I'd be grateful for close of business Monday.
Close of business Monday. Right. So that would be the 28th, isn't it? The 28th of March.
And perhaps if we're afforded 3 days, which we may not require to respond to any new points Mr. Pickles makes. And then perhaps, so that would be the 31st of March. What date is that?
A Thursday.
So shall we say any response to Mr. Pickles' submissions on those authorities by the 31st of March? And perhaps we could factor in the signed Section 106 agreement by that date.
So by the 31st of March.
I'm saying that without instruction, sir, but I don't know whether it's Mr. Maxwell. Would that be feasible?
The indications I have are that it may take a little longer than that to have the final 106. I mean, all efforts will be to meet that timescale, but I think it may take just a little bit longer.
I can understand that. Do you want a date? So needless to say, the parties will be at pains to produce a signed copy of the Section 106 agreement as quickly as possible. Shall we perhaps not identify a specific date, but just all agree that we will use best endeavours to get that to you as quickly as possible?
Yes, okay, and so I'll adjourn the inquiry today and then close it in writing following receipt of further comments and the Section 106 agreement.
Yeah,
thank you.
And so can we just be absolutely clear that the further comments in writing will be confined to submissions of law on the authorities that I've brought to the inquiry's attention?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, there's something happening with your lighting, Mr. Pickles. I'm not sure.
I know. But we are near. It'll probably take me longer to sort it out than it will take you to close this session.
Yes. Okay. Well, are there any other matters before we finish?
No.
I've no further matters, sir. Thank you very much for all the careful attention that you've given to this appeal.
And well, I would like to thank everyone for your contributions to this appeal. And so, okay, so we've got the 28th of March for Mr. Pickles' comments. I haven't specified any time on the 28th of March, but I would take that as being 11:59 on the 28th of March. And then any further comments from Mr. Matthias by 31st of March, 11:59. And then hopefully the Section 106 agreement will be available by the 31st of March. But if not, if you could indicate when it would be available, and then I would close the inquiry in writing following that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I apologise. Can I just clarify? Are you saying midnight or midday on Monday?
Sorry, midnight.
Oh, well, okay. You can give me till 5 o'clock. I shan't keep you up all evening.
Okay. 5 o'clock, okay. Okay. Right. Well, thank you all very much. And the inquiry is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.